Chapter 827. Boom! Yi Xian woke up from his thoughts. With a single palm strike, the sky darkened and the earth darkened, directly sending the 6 ancestral magi flying. Even if the 12 divine fiend formation was used on the 6 of them, it was still useless. Reversing the river of time, breaking the ancient world and returning to the past from the future. I don't have such a method yet. No matter whether I can kill Yuan Ling in the future or not, I have to master the method of time and space as soon as possible. Yi Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The chaotic fog covered his body so that no one could see his appearance clearly. He muttered to himself and his eyes were like big stars rotating. Then, he suddenly looked at the 6 ancestors of sorcerers who had been slapped away by him. Rumble. With one step, the void collapsed. Yi Xian appeared in front of Zhurong ancestor of sorcerer in a flash. This made Zhurong ancestor of sorcerer's expression change greatly. He waved the evil flag in his hand and smashed it towards Yi Xian. Palm suppressing the sky, second tribulation of the way of heaven. Yi Xian, who had passed the second tribulation of the way of heaven, had a cultivation level close to the saint realm. He was definitely not someone Zhurong ancestor of sorcerers could resist. Even if the 6 ancestors of sorcerers activated the 12 divine beings killing formation, they could not face Yi Xian at this moment. Bang! Yi Xian ignored the attack of Zhurong ancestor of sorcerer and slapped away the evil flag in his hand. Under the horrified gazes of the other ancestors of sorcerers, he directly restrained Zhurong ancestor of sorcerer in his hand and made him Yi Xian's prisoner. Let him go. None of the 5 ancestors of sorcerers had expected Yi Xian to be so terrifying. Even if the 6 of them had activated the 12 divine beings killing formation, they still could not defeat Yi Xian. The 12 divine beings killing formation is indeed very powerful, but it's a pity that there are only 6 of you. If all the 12 ancestors of sorcery from ancient times were here, I wouldn't be a match for you. It's a pity that you won't have a chance. Yi Xian's voice was hoarse and full of vicissitudes. He looked at the 5 ancestors of sorcery with pity in his eyes. Yi Xian had never regarded the sorcerer tribe as weak. In fact, in Yi Xian's eyes, the sorcerer tribe was really strong and could become the most powerful force in the world. Even a saint would not be afraid of them. Yi Xian had always treated the sorcerer tribe with caution. In fact, according to Yi Xian's opinion, the ancient demon court was no match for the Magi during the great Magi-demon tribulation in the past. In the end, both sides suffered losses. The Magi were just playing with fire. The 12 ancestors of sorcery from ancient times were all transformed from Pangu's blood essence. They could definitely be called the authentic Pangu. Moreover, after activating the 12 divine beings killing formation, the 12 ancestors of sorcery could condense the real body of Pangu. Not to mention the ancient demon court, even a saint would have to retreat. Unless Hongjun was born, who could resist the real body of Pangu? Unfortunately, the 12 ancestors of sorcery from ancient times were not united. Zhurong and Gonggong were like fire and water. Otherwise, they would not have knocked down Mount Buzhou because of their battle. Besides Zhurong and Gonggong, the other ancestors of sorcery did not get along well with each other. Therefore, in the world of the sorcerer tribe, there were only 6 ancestors of sorcery here, which gave Yi Xian an opportunity. It was not that Yi Xian was arrogant, nor was it that Yi Xian was arrogant. If the 12 ancestors of sorcery from ancient times were all here, Yi Xian would turn around and leave without saying a word. He would definitely not have the slightest desire to fight. However, it was different now. He did not take the 6 ancestors of sorcery seriously. Today, he fell into the devil's heart, cut off his emotions and destroyed his love, and let his future self appear again. This made Yi Xian feel a sense of urgency and reminded him of an extremely important matter, which had a great relationship with the sorcerer tribe. Space-time skill. Yes, it was the space-time skill. Since the creation of the world, time and space were the most mysterious. There had never been any cultivation method that recorded how to cultivate the space-time skill. To put it bluntly, there was no cultivation method to cultivate the space-time skill in the world. However, the space-time power really existed. The two most representative people were the Candle Dragon and Dijiang of the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Candle Dragon, the ancestor of sorcery of time. Dijiang, the ancestor of sorcery of space. These two ancestors of sorcery controlled the space-time power, and their innate magical abilities were also the power of time and the power of space. Today, the appearance of his future self made Yi Xian more and more anxious. The first thing he thought of was the space-time power. Only with the space-time power could his future self travel to the past and the future, making up for the regret he had for the past hundreds of thousands of years. Tribulation Transcenders Devour. This was a heaven-defying technique that Yi Xian had obtained from the heaven-shattering cauldron. Ever since he'd successfully cultivated it, he hadn't used it. This technique didn't have any other uses, and its only use was to devour the innate abilities of others. Yi Xian had never forgotten the Candle Dragon and Dijiang, because his Tribulation Transcenders Devour was prepared for these two people. Only by devouring the innate magical abilities of these two ancestors of sorcery could he control the space-time power. Today, he had fallen into the demon heart-severing love. When he suddenly woke up, it was already too late. When he saw his future self reversing the long river of time to come to the present world, he was even more determined to obtain this space-time skill. It was just that the Candle Dragon and Dijiang were not among the 6 ancestors of sorcery at this moment, but this had nothing to do with it. Since he had already come here, he must find these 2 ancestors of sorcery to achieve his purpose of controlling the space-time power. Demon, if you dare to hurt Zhurong, my sorcerer clan will definitely fight you to the death. Ancestor Xian Ming roared fiercely. A smile appeared at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. He did not seem to hear the threatening words of Ancestor Xian Ming. Then, he took a deep look at Zhurong in his hand, and then took a step forward. He strangely disappeared in front of the eyes of the 5 ancestors of sorcery, and the body of Fairy Guanghan also disappeared. Chase! Ancestor Xian Ming roared and was about to chase after Yi Xian. However, before he could do anything, Ancestor Sorcerer Tianhao coldly scolded, "There is no need to chase. This demon's divine sense is amazing. We can't catch his Qi Ji at all. Even if we catch up with him, how can we save Zhurong? What nonsense are you talking about? Are you going to watch him take Zhurong away?" Ancestor Sorcerer Xian Ming's expression changed slightly, and he roared. "Xian Ming, are you stupid? This person has a monstrous devil Qi. His cultivation is far above ours. How can we be his opponent? Moreover, the Sorcerer clan's heaven and earth has manifested the 3 realms at this moment. If a great enemy invades and we are not in charge of the Sorcerer clan, won't we suffer a great calamity?" Ancestor Sorcerer Tianhao frowned and said. Hearing Ancestor Sorcerer Tianhao's words, Ancestor Sorcerer Xian Ming's face turned gloomy, and he said slowly, "Are we going to watch him take Zhurong away? If Zhurong dies in his hands, won't one of the 12 ancient sorcerers be missing? How can we bear the consequences?" It was no wonder that Ancestor Sorcerer Xian Ming was so agitated. The 12 ancient sorcerers were the foundation of condensing Pangu's real body. If one of them was missing, they could not condense Pangu's real body. This was a great hidden danger for the Sorcerer clan. "Don't worry. We ancient sorcerers are all transformed from Pangu's blood essence. Even if our bodies are destroyed, as long as there is a drop of blood essence, we can be reborn. This person can't kill Zhurong." Ancestor Sorcerer Go Mang said calmly. "The only thing we can do now is to contact the other ancient sorcerers. Only the 12 ancient sorcerers are gathered together. Even if we face a saint, we will not be afraid." Ancestor Sorcerer Chang Liang said firmly. "Yes, now we can only contact the other ancient sorcerers. I suspect that this person is most likely Luoho. Besides the demon ancestor Luoho, how can there be such a terrifying person in the three realms? Ancestor Sorcerer Tianhao said heavily. Luoho. Ancestor Sorcerer Xian Ming muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with surprise. He said, the demon ancestor Luoho is a chaos demon god. He is a figure of the same era as the great god Pangu, ancestor Hongjun. If this person is really him, why did he attack the sorcerer clan? Well, regardless of whether he is Luoho or not, we ancient sorcerers must gather together. Ancestor Sorcerer Tianhao said in a deep voice. It's easy for you to say. The other ancient sorcerers are scattered all over the place. It's okay for others, but the whereabouts of the Candle Dragon and Dijiang are uncertain. Even if we summon them, they may not be able to return. Also, we don't know where Hutu is. Gonggong had a great feud with Zhurong in the past. Even if the other two ancient sorcerers can return to the sorcerer clan, it's just a drop in the bucket. Ancestor Sorcerer Xian Ming said to himself with hatred. The Candle Dragon, Dijiang, and Hutu are the three strongest ancient sorcerers. No matter what, we have to find these three people. Ancestor Sorcerer Tianhao said in a deep voice. Chapter 828. There were green mountains and clear waters, and a gentle breeze blew. This was a nameless green mountain. The green vegetation was lush, and from time to time, the melodious chirping of birds could be heard. At the peak of the green mountain, the grass was green. The body of the goddess of moon frost lay on the ground. Her face was serene and calm, but the gash on her neck was too eye-catching. There was no sign of life around her. The soul-destroying blood blade could kill all living things. Anyone killed by this blade would die with their soul destroyed. Yi Xian stood at the peak of the mountain. His entire body was covered by a primal chaos fog, and only his pair of melancholic eyes were quietly looking at the fairy of the moon palace. Beside him, Zhu Rong was covered in blood and was bound by a black chain of light, unable to move at all. Sleep. Have a good sleep. When you wake up, there will be no more right and wrong in this world, Yi Xian whispered hoarsely. Who are you? Zhurong asked in a low voice. He looked at Yi Xian's back and felt that it was increasingly familiar. It was as if he had seen this person before, but he could not remember where. Buzz. He waved his hand and the void surged. A crystal coffin appeared. Yi Xian did not seem to hear Zhurong's question. Instead, he gently placed the body of the goddess of moon frost into the crystal coffin. Then, he put the crystal coffin into the summer space. A gust of wind blew, dispersing the fog around Yi Xian. He finally turned his head slowly to look at Zhurong. At that moment, he revealed his original appearance. Silence. Silence. A deathly silence. When Yi Xian's familiar face entered Zhu Rong's eyes, it also caused Zhu Rong to roar in anger. His entire body seemed to have lost its soul as he stood there in a daze. However, his trembling body betrayed his unstable state of mind. It's you. After a dozen breaths, Zhu Rong screamed in horror. He no longer had the ferocity from before. He looked at Yi Xian in shock. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Weren't you suppressed in the Western Pure Land by the two sages of the West? How could you have escaped from the sages? Zhurong muttered in horror. He felt like he'd fallen into a nightmare, and he was unable to wake up no matter what. Because he was very clearly aware that during the battle between Yi Xian and the ancient demon court all those years ago, Yi Xian had been suppressed by the two saints of the West, so it was utterly impossible for Yi Xian to reappear in the three dimensions. It was also at this moment that Zhurong gradually calmed down. He'd suddenly understood something. Why were the 6 great ancestors of sorcery no match for him? Why were they defeated even after activating the 12 divine beings' killing formation? Why was he able to suppress him so easily? It turned out that the other party was Yi Xian, the Yi Xian who had trampled on the two demonic emperors. A person who couldn't even defeat the two demonic emperors, a person who even dared to attack the sages, a person whose cultivation was unimaginably terrifying, and this person was Yi Tiandi, who was revered by the three dimensions. Zhurong understood everything. An extremely bitter smile appeared on his face, and he secretly cursed himself for being too stupid. There were only a handful of people in the three dimensions who had such a terrifying cultivation, and Yi Xian happened to be one of them. Zhurong, long time no see. Yi Xian spoke calmly. He waved his hand to remove the black chains on Zhurong's body. He didn't use any fierce means, but spoke to Zhurong as if he was an old friend. At this moment, looking at Yi Xian's calm face, Zhurong's expression turned heavy. He gradually calmed himself down, because he knew that he couldn't escape from Yi Xian. Yi Tiandi really is something. You actually managed to escape from the two sages of the West, and you even killed your way into the ancestral grounds of my Magi clan, slaughtering our people. You didn't even spare Chang'e, Zhurong said with a strange voice. However, if one paid closer attention, they would discover that there was undisguised fear in his eyes as he looked at Yi Xian. Zhurong was extremely surprised. The goddess of Guanghan and Yi Xian had a great history. In the past, Yi Xian had even married her. Why would he personally kill the goddess of Guanghan? Was it because the goddess of Guanghan was the saintess of the Magi clan? Suddenly, as soon as Zhurong finished speaking, the temperature in the surroundings plummeted, and it was like winter had descended. A cold gaze landed on Zhurong, and he couldn't help but shiver while extreme terror appeared in his heart. Yi Xian was extremely guilty of severing love and falling into the demon's heart. It was also one of his greatest regrets. Zhurong's words naturally touched Yi Xian, and a terrifying killing intent rose in his heart. However, this killing intent came and went quickly. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian calmed down. Fellow Taoist Zhurong, do you want to live or die? Yi Xian's killing intent dissipated. He spoke with great vicissitudes of life. He slowly walked to Zhurong's side and looked at him calmly. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhurong's expression changed. He didn't know what Yi Xian was planning to do to him, but he obviously had his own reasons for not killing him immediately. So what if I want to die? So what if I want to live? Zhurong raised his head to look at Yi Xian and said in a deep voice. If you want to die, I'll kill you right here. From now on, there will be no more ancestral witch Zhurong in this world. If you want to live, I need you to answer a few of my questions. Then, I'll let you leave this place. Yi Xian's expression was calm. He looked up at the sky and muttered to himself as if he was talking about something very casual. However, when Zhurong heard it, his gaze suddenly turned sharp. Although I'm an ancestral witch, I naturally don't want to die. I wonder what Yi Tiandi wants to ask. Zhurong said coldly. The first question is, where are the candle dragon and Dijiang now? Yi Xian retracted his gaze from the sky and looked at Zhurong again. His voice was hoarse and deep. The candle dragon and Dijiang. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhurong was stunned. He then looked at Yi Xian with a slightly strange expression. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. Yi Tiandi, looks like you also know that the most terrifying people among the 12 ancestral witches are the candle dragon and Dijiang. Don't tell me that you want to defeat the 12 ancestral witches one by one. Zhurong sneered and said, but don't blame me for not telling you. The candle dragon and Dijiang control the power of time and space respectively. Even if you want to defeat them one by one, you won't be able to kill them because the power of time and space is the most unpredictable. Even a saint can't do anything to them. Besides, Yi Tiandi, I have to warn you. Apart from the candle dragon and Dijiang, there's also the ancestral witch Hudu. You might not be able to defeat her alone. I advise you to stop thinking about the witch tribe. Otherwise, you'll definitely suffer the unimaginable wrath of the witch tribe in the future. Zhurong's words were sharp, and he was trying to intimidate Yi Xian. He was not lying, and he hoped that Yi Xian would have some misgivings. Yi Xian frowned slightly as he watched Zhurong blabber on. He said, "Looks like you still don't understand your situation. I didn't want to make things difficult for you, but it looks like you won't tell me the answer I want if I don't teach you a lesson." Chapter 829. Soul-Destroying Guide. Yi Xian's expression turned cold. He pointed at Zhurong, and a stream of black Ming water shot out. Even the void was collapsing. The black Ming water drowned Zhurong ancestral sorcerer, and an extremely shrill scream came from Zhurong's mouth. "Ah! What is this? It hurts, itches, ah, let me go." Zhurong's screams were bone-piercing. Under the cover of the black Ming water, Zhurong's entire body was convulsing horribly. His body kept twitching on the ground, and he kept reaching out to tear off his own flesh, as if there were billions of ants crawling in his body. His flesh was badly mutilated, and it was too horrible to look at. Zhurong's screams were too ear-piercing, but Yi Xian did not pity him at all. Instead, he looked at Zhurong being tortured by the soul-destroying guide with an indifferent expression. Soul-destroying guide is a vicious secret skill in the Immortal scripture. It will not take your life, but it will torture you like thousands of ants biting your heart. This kind of torture is worse than death. If you are still unwilling to answer my questions, then you will suffer this vicious torture forever, Yi Xian said in a hoarse voice. I'll talk. Zhurong wailed in grief. Although he was the fire ancestral sorcerer, he was still a living creature in the world. All living creatures had fear and terror. Moreover, the soul-destroying guide was extremely vicious and cruel. Even Zhurong could not bear such a vicious method. Buzz! Yi Xian flicked his sleeves and scattered the black Ming water on Zhurong's body. This also made Zhurong gasp violently. However, his body was badly mutilated by his own scratches, and his original appearance could not be seen at all. Tell me, where are Dijiang and the Candle Dragon? Yi Xian leaned over and looked at Zhurong. His voice was cold and gloomy, because only by swallowing the Candle Dragon and Dijiang's innate divine sense could he control the power of time and space. This was also something he had to get. I really don't know where they are. Zhurong gasped violently, and his voice was trembling. Looks like you're really tired of living. Yi Xian's face darkened. He slowly raised his hand. Apparently, he was going to torture Zhurong in an unimaginable way in the next moment. Wait! Before Yi Xian could take action, Zhurong hurriedly stopped him and said, although I don't know where the two of them are, each of the 12 ancestors of sorcery has an ancestral sorcerer token. With this ancestral sorcerer token, we can sense where the other ancestors of sorcery are. As Zhurong spoke, he quickly took out a black token. The token was ancient, and there was a flame symbol carved on it. Clearly, this was the ancestral Magus token that Zhurong possessed. Yi Xian reached out and took the ancestral Magus token. When he carefully sensed it in his hand, he discovered that the ancestral Magus token had a shocking amount of heat. It even contained a trace of Zhurong's origin Skyfire. How do I use this ancestral Magus token to sense Dijiang and the Candle Dragon? Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. Each of the 12 ancestors of sorcery has mastered a kind of divine sense. I'm the fire ancestor of sorcery. As long as I activate the ancestral Magus token in my hand, I can sense where the other ancestors of sorcery are. However, the effective range is only within 10 million miles, Zhurong quickly answered. His words were extremely sincere, but there was a touch of complacency in his eyes. This was because Zhurong knew very well that if he wanted to activate the ancestral Magus token, he would need his ancestral Magus Skyfire. However, Yi Xian could not kill him if he wanted to find the Candle Dragon and Dijiang. This was because he could only find out where the two of them were by his side. Moreover, Zhurong had a very good plan. As long as Yi Xian did not kill him, he could rely on him to find the two ancestors of sorcery. No matter if it was Dijiang or the Candle Dragon, they would definitely be able to save him from Yi Xian. The Time Ancestor of Sorcery and the Space Ancestor of Sorcery were definitely not just for show. This was because the space-time power was the most unpredictable. Even though Yi Xian's cultivation was at the Tong Tian level, he could not keep him under these two powers. Ancestral Magus Skyfire. Yi Xian took a deep look at Zhu Rong. Although he did not know what Zhu Rong was planning, it was not important. What was important was that he had already made a decision in his heart. Let me ask you the second question. Just as Zhu Rong was secretly feeling proud, Yi Xian bypassed the first question and asked him again. Can the 12 divine beings killing formation really condense the real body of Pangu? Yi Xian's eyes were strange, and his voice was low and hoarse. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhu Rong was slightly stunned. However, he did not hide this question at all. Obviously, this was something that everyone knew, and this was also the strongest point of the 12 ancestors of sorcery. That's right. As long as the 12 ancestors of sorcery gather together and activate the 12 divine beings killing formation, they can condense the real body of Pangu. Even a saint will have to retreat, Zhu Rong said proudly. As soon as Zhu Rong finished speaking, Yi Xian inwardly nodded his head. His entire body became silent, but his eyes never left Zhu Rong's body. A wisp of light quietly flashed through his eyes. Dull, silent, strange, and all kinds of complicated auras grew between the two of them, and it also made Zhu Rong feel a sense of trepidation. He looked at Yi Xian nervously, because Yi Xian was looking at him as if he was looking at a treasure. Pangu opened the sky and turned it into the primitive world. His 12 drops of blood essence became the 12 ancestors of sorcery, and his primordial spirit was divided into 3 to become the 3 pure ones. If I'm not wrong, as long as the 12 ancestors of sorcery are refined into 12 drops of blood essence and combined with the 12 divine beings killing formation, you can still condense the real body of Pangu, right? It was as if thunder from the 9th heaven had exploded, and it was as if the chaotic world had exploded. When Yi Xian's voice fell into Zhu Rong's ears, Zhu Rong's face turned pale instantly, and he looked at Yi Xian with a horrified expression. Yi Tiandi, you must be joking, this is nonsense. Zhu Rong forced a laugh, but the aura around him was extremely chaotic, and he was obviously not as calm as he looked. It seems that I'm right. Yi Xian nodded slowly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a satisfied smile. A wisp of chaotic fog quietly wrapped around Yi Xian's body, sealing off this part of the world. Yi Xian. You. What do you want to do? Seeing this, Zhu Rong trembled and roared. He sat on the ground and kept retreating. His eyes trembled as he looked at Yi Xian with horror, and a great sense of fear had already risen in his heart. In fact, the 12 ancestors of sorcery had a great secret, and this secret was only known to them. The real body of Pangu. Yes, the real body of Pangu. All living beings thought that the 12 ancestors of sorcery could condense the real body of Pangu because of the 12 divine beings killing formation, but the real reason was that they were transformed from Pangu's blood essence. If someone could refine them into Pangu's blood essence, and then use the 12 divine beings killing formation to condense them into one, then the real body of Pangu could appear between heaven and earth, and the real body of Pangu could be controlled by this person. However, the 12 ancestors of sorcery would never reveal this secret, because it was related to them, and it could even attract the killing intent of the saints. If this secret was known by the saints, they would probably also attract the killing intent of the saints. After all, the real body of Pangu was too terrifying. Being able to possess the real body of Pangu was equivalent to creating a virtuous saint. Who could resist this temptation? Chapter 830. Panic, fear, unease, and all kinds of negative emotions were constantly growing in Zhurong's heart. He looked at Yi Xian with trembling eyes because Yi Xian was too terrifying in both cultivation and shrewdness. "What do you want?" Zhurong roared in a trembling voice. On the peak of Green Mountain, a cool breeze blew. Yi Xian had his hands behind his back, and he didn't show any strange expression from beginning to end. He looked down at Zhurong at his feet and said in a hoarse and low voice, "It's easy to kill you, but I'm a man of my word. Since you answered my question, I'll spare your life." Suddenly, Yi Xian's eyes seemed to be rotating like stars. His pupils seemed to have turned into black holes, and a faint light appeared around his body, causing the space and time in this area to distort. Buzz! The sky turned dark, and the laws of the world disappeared. An extremely terrifying thing happened. Rumble! The void collapsed, and the world was completely shrouded in darkness. A black lotus mark was engraved between Yi Xian's eyebrows. At this moment it was flickering with a strange black light, and an extremely terrifying fluctuation bloomed around Yi Xian. Bang! 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 The world turned upside down, and the world collapsed. With Yi Xian as the center, the world in all directions became illusory. As black streamers burst out from Yi Xian's body, everything in the world was suppressed by his strange and unpredictable aura. Ah! Zhurong let out a terrified scream. It was all because of the black streams that wrapped around his body, causing bloody scars to appear all over his body. It was as if he was about to be strangled to death by the black streams. Yi Xian, who was in front of him, became even more illusory, as if he'd turned into a terrifying black hole that was emitting an extremely terrifying suction force. What are you doing?" Zhurong screamed in horror because a great fear was born in his heart. It was as if what Yi Xian was doing at this moment would bring him an unprecedented great calamity. Tribulation Transcender Devour. Suddenly, Yi Xian roared in a low voice. He suddenly transformed into a black halo of light. The black halo of light rotated at an extremely fast speed, creating an unimaginable suction force that instantly pulled Zhurong over. No! Zhurong struggled desperately and mobilized all his cultivation to resist Yi Xian's strange technique, but in front of Yi Xian, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He couldn't escape Yi Xian's butcher's knife at all. Buzz! Yi Xian turned into a black vortex, and the strange black light was extremely blazing. Zhurong was pulled into the black halo bit by bit. Until 3 breaths of time passed and Zhurong howled in despair, he was finally swallowed by the black halo. Refine! Suddenly, Yi Xian formed a seal with both hands, and his entire body burned with raging black flames. His entire body became extremely illusory, and Zhurong's figure could be faintly seen within his body. The terrifying sound of demonic roars and scriptures could be heard from the void of the heavens. Tribulation Transcender Technique, Tribulation Transcender Transformation, Tribulation Transcenders Devour. These were Yi Xian's 3 heaven-defying techniques. The first 2 had helped Yi Xian survive countless calamities and sweep away too many enemies. The Tribulation Transcender technique devoured people's cultivation and could quickly improve himself. The Tribulation Transcender transformation increased his realm by 1, allowing him to fight people above his realm. However, these 2 techniques didn't have much effect on Yi Xian at this moment. As Yi Xian's cultivation rose, these 2 techniques were no longer as terrifying as before. Yi Xian's cultivation had reached the semi-sage realm, and he was only 1 step away from being comparable to a sage. However, these 2 techniques were only useful in the immortal realm. For Yi Xian, who had stepped into the semi-sage realm, they had long been useless. The Tribulation Transcenders Devour was different. This was the 3rd heaven-defying technique Yi Xian had obtained. He had never used it since he started cultivating. Today, he used this technique on Zhurong, which was something he had to do. The Tribulation Transcenders Devour only had one effect, and that was to devour other people's innate magical abilities and take them for oneself. If he wanted to use the ancestral Magus token to find the whereabouts of Dijiang and the Candle Dragon, he had to master Zhurong's ancestral Magus Heavenly Fire. The ancestral Magus Heavenly Fire was Zhurong's innate magical ability. Yi Xian just happened to test the effect of the Tribulation Transcender's Devour. Buzz. Yi Xian's illusory body gradually solidified, and Zhurong's miserable howls gradually disappeared from his body. Then, something extremely strange and terrifying happened to Yi Xian. Chi chi chi. Streams of ancestral Magus Heavenly Fire shot out from Yi Xian's body, and then turned into a ring of fire that wrapped around his body. Blood energy rumbled from his head, and the aura of the ancestral Magus kept overflowing. Boom! The ancestral Magus Heavenly Fire dissipated, and Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. A mouthful of turbid air gushed out from his mouth, causing the void to explode. What a good Tribulation Transcender's Devour. It really didn't let me down. Yi Xian raised his hands, and the ancestral Magus Heavenly Fire burned in his palms. A kind of enlightenment appeared in Yi Xian's mind. It was as if the ancestral Magus Heavenly Fire was his innate magical ability, and it gave him a feeling of being connected to his bloodline. Come! Suddenly, Yi Xian's palms and fingers swept through the air, and a drop of blood essence rippled out from his heart. It floated in front of him, releasing an extremely vast and ancient aura. Pangu's blood essence. Yi Xian looked at the drop of blood essence in front of him, and a deep look appeared in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. If I refine all the 12 ancient ancestral magi and gather all 12 drops of blood essence, together with the 12 divine fiends formation, will I be able to condense Pangu's true body? Yi Xian muttered to himself with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Suddenly, Yi Xian woke up from his thoughts and raised his eyes to look at the drop of Pangu's blood essence in front of him. He saw that there were fluctuations of life coming from it. Buzz! Yi Xian pointed at the drop of Pangu's blood essence, and the drop of Pangu's blood essence suddenly changed, and Zhurong appeared again, but he fainted on the ground with a pale face. Regeneration from a drop of blood? Looking at the fainted and motionless ancestral Magus Zhurong, Yi Xian secretly nodded and said, "Sure enough, Pangu created the world, and the 12 ancient ancestral magi were formed from his blood essence." Even though Zhurong was devoured by a Tribulation Transcender, he could still survive. Collect. Yi Xian's expression was indifferent as he pointed at Zhurong again, making him turn back into Pangu's blood essence and put it into the Sumera space. Pangu's true body, I'm looking forward to it. Yi Xian put his hands behind his back and looked around. Since he knew the secret of the 12 ancient ancestral magi, he was naturally very interested in Pangu's true body. At the peak of the Green Mountain, in the luminous starry sky, Yi Xian stood there for a full 3 days. He was thinking about his future and planning for his future. He was like an eternal rock, unmoving and unmoving, and no one knew what he was thinking. When the sun rose on the 4th day, Yi Xian finally moved. Buzz! His appearance changed, and a Buddha light rose behind him. He once again changed into the appearance of Buddha Qingming, and even his clothes were changed into a white monk robe. Chapter 831. The void flickered and rippled. The ancestral sorcerer's token appeared in Yi Xian's hand. A wisp of ancestral sorcerer's heavenly fire merged into the ancestral sorcerer's token, making it glow faintly. Yi Xian closed his eyes and felt it calmly. After 3 breaths, Yi Xian opened his eyes in disappointment. There was no aura of other ancestral sorcerers within a radius of 10 million miles, let alone finding the whereabouts of Dijiang and the Candle Dragon. Although I have a way to find the Candle Dragon and Dijiang, the ancestral sorcerer's token can only sense the aura of other ancestral sorcerers within a radius of 10 million miles. The probability is still too low. Yi Xian frowned and murmured. A sense of urgency appeared in Yi Xian's heart. He was now facing 3 major issues, which were also things he had to do. Finding the candle dragon and Dijiang was one of them. However, this required chance, and was not something that Yi Xian could find easily. The second issue was that Yi Xian had already passed the second tribulation of the heavenly way and had become a semi-sage. He only needed to pass the third tribulation of the heavenly way to be comparable to the 6 great sages of heaven and earth. At that time, he would have nothing to fear. The third issue was to go to the underworld and find the ancestor of the Nether River to take back the Hong Meng immortal vapor. This was what he had promised the 2 sages of the West. He had been out for a long time. If he delayed any longer, he would definitely arouse the suspicion of the 2 sages of the West. These 3 matters were urgent, but the first 2 were too ethereal and weren't something that Yi Xian could control. Right now, he had to first resolve the third matter, and even more so, he had to lure his elemental spirit out to fight with the 2 Western saints. Moreover, after passing the second tribulation of the heavenly way, Yi Xian had already understood that the so-called 9 tribulations of the heavenly way were silent, but they would put him in a desperate situation. He could only take one step at a time. Yi Xian had a faint premonition that the 9 tribulations of the heavenly way should have 3 major watersheds. The 3 tribulations of the heavenly way, the 6 tribulations of the heavenly way, and the 9 tribulations of the heavenly way. These 3 tribulations were absolutely unimaginable. Of course, if Yi Xian could pass these 3 watersheds, the benefits would naturally be unimaginable. This was because just passing the third tribulation of the heavenly Tao would allow him to be comparable to the sage of merit. And what about the 6 tribulations of the heavenly Tao and the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao? Yi Xian awoke from his contemplation. He didn't hesitate any longer, and he took a step forward and vanished on the spot. The place he'd headed for was the underworld of the 3 dimensions. The netherworld had been passed down since ancient times. If the ultimate goal of an immortal cultivator was to ascend and become an immortal, then the netherworld was the final destination of all living things. Ever since Pangu created the heavens, the great calamity of the Dragon Han dynasty, and the great Shaman-Demon War, the netherworld was born with the will of the heavenly Tao. Regardless of whether they were immortals, gods, demons, devils, or humans, once they died, they would all enter the netherworld. Entering the Yellow Springs, crossing the river of forgetfulness, stepping into the cycle of reincarnation, these words seemed simple, yet it made all living beings feel extremely heavy. It was something they absolutely didn't want to experience. Regardless of whether they were immortals, demons, devils, or all living things, no one wanted to enter the netherworld. This was because once they entered, it meant that they had already been annihilated from the world. In the end, they would have to go through the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 10 kings of hell, the 5 ghost emperors, the 18 levels of hell were guarded by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, and the Nether River Patriarch was in the netherworld Blood Sea. These were the forces on the surface. There were too many terrors in the underworld, and too many terrifying characters. They had been hiding in the underworld, which made the situation in the underworld extremely complicated. Otherwise, the underworld wouldn't be known as one of the strongest forces in the world. The Yellow Springs, the Bridge of Forgetfulness, the home viewing platform, the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the blooming of the red spider lilies were all unique to the underworld. However, these things also symbolize terror, and there were even more terrifying characters that were unknown to others. The Emperor of Fengdu was indeed very strong, and he was a sage to be. He seemed to be in charge of the underworld and was a supreme existence, but in fact, there were too many people in the underworld that he was afraid of, and too many people didn't take him seriously. Who was in charge of the 6 paths of reincarnation? Who sent the dead to reincarnate? The dead returned to their homeland, and the living retreated. It should be known that the souls of the living creatures in the 3 realms would enter the underworld after they died. How could the Emperor of Fengdu, who was only a sage to be, become a supreme existence? The underworld was a mass of fog, and there were even more indescribable terrors. This was also the reason why Yi Xian turned a blind eye to the underworld even though he had ascended to the position of heavenly emperor in the past. It was because at that time, he couldn't make the underworld submit to him, let alone suppress it. This was a dim yellow sky. The sun didn't rise, the moon didn't set, and the stars didn't move. There were only the cries of the dead in the heavens, and the bleak wind whistled between heaven and earth. A river surged from the east to the west. The river water was very muddy, but it was filled with countless dead souls, and the cries of the dead souls could be heard between heaven and earth. Despair, reluctance, resentment, unwillingness, and all kinds of negative emotions between heaven and earth were breeding. This was because this was the resentment of the dead people, and it all filled the underworld. No one wanted to die, and no one was an exception. It was the same for immortals, gods, demons, and demons. Anyone who entered the underworld would have their life ended. This river had a very nice name, and it was called the River of Forgetfulness. The River of Forgetfulness surged from the east to the west, and countless dead souls struggled in the River of Forgetfulness. They wanted to escape from this long river of death, and they wanted to jump out of the river's surface. However, under the beating of the muddy waves, these howling dead souls were all thrown into the river, and they couldn't escape their fate of death at all. The dead souls in the heavens were crying, and the sad song of heaven and earth was playing. The muddy river of forgetfulness had the ability to cleanse the soul, and it removed all the aura that didn't belong to the netherworld, completely turning them into pure dead souls. From then on, they stepped onto the bridge of helplessness and completely entered the underworld. The world was dim, and the yin energy lingered. The endless river of forgetfulness surged, and ripples appeared in the void. An illusory figure was condensing in the void. Buzz. The void rippled, and light and shadow appeared. Yi Xian was dressed in a white monk's robe, and a Buddha's light appeared behind him. When he appeared in this posture, the yin wind in the void suddenly stopped, and the endless yin energy was dispersed by the Buddha's light that he released. Indifferent and calm, Yi Xian looked at the gloomy scene of the underworld, and there was no change in his expression. Even if the dead souls in the river of forgetfulness begged him for help, he didn't feel anything at all. The netherworld, all living beings, retreat. Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded, and thousands of black fog appeared in the void, and then turned into thousands of yin soldiers. The leader of the group was covered in black armor, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. These words also came from his mouth. "May I know which Buddha of Spirited Mountain you are?" A yin soldier was surrounded by ghost energy, and he held a yiksha in his hand as he looked at Yi Xian. His body was surrounded by ghost energy, and he was speaking to Yi Xian in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Chapter 832. I'm the Lord of Spirited Mountain, Qingming Buddha. I'm going to the underworld. All of you can leave now, Yi Xian said indifferently as Buddhist light bloomed around him. The Emperor of Fengdu has decreed that the three realms are in chaos and the underworld is in a calamity. The underworld has been sealed. Immortals, demons, and demons are not allowed to enter the underworld. Buddha, please leave and don't make things difficult for us, the Yin general said. Amitabha. The Western sect sympathizes with the suffering of all living beings. I'm entering the underworld to help the millions of souls who died unjustly. How can a mere emperor of Fengdu stop me? Or does the underworld not care about the Western sect? Yi Xian said mercifully. He did not even look at the Yin general as he walked towards the gates of hell. It was obvious that to enter the underworld, one had to follow the river of forgetfulness and enter the gates of hell. Only then could one be considered to have entered the underworld. Looking at Yi Xian ignoring the decree of the underworld, the Yin general's aura became chaotic. Then, he said gloomily, Buddha, why don't you wait here for a while? I'll inform the underworld first. Then, you can enter the underworld. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was going to the netherworld blood sea this time. He did not have the time to listen to the Yin general's nonsense. He did not care about the decree of the underworld. To put it bluntly, as long as the saints did not appear, Yi Xian was an invincible existence. Even if the underworld was extremely mysterious and had many hidden terrifying figures, he did not care about them at all. Unless a saint appeared in the underworld, Yi Xian wouldn't place the underworld in his eyes at all. As for the so-called decree passed down by the Emperor of Fengdu, in Yi Xian's eyes, it was nothing more than a joke. As he walked forward, Buddhist light bloomed. Yi Xian's actions made the Yin general's expression change. He held the yiksha in his hand and blocked Yi Xian's path. The Yin soldiers behind him took a step forward. Buddha, the underworld and spirited mountain coexist peacefully. Are you trying to provoke a conflict between the two orthodoxies? The Yin general growled. Obviously, he knew that he could not force Yi Xian, so he could only threaten him with words. My life is like that of an ant. How lamentable. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. He did not move at all and continued to walk forward. However, something extremely terrifying happened. Ah! Wine! The void was destroyed and everything disappeared without a trace. The Yin general let out a miserable howl and collapsed into a wisp of ash, strangely disappearing into the void. The 1,000 Yin soldiers also turned into wisps of black smoke and disappeared, as if they had never appeared in front of Yi Xian. A single thought could extinguish a soul, and a single word could shake heaven and earth. As a half-saint, Yi Xian only needed a single thought to kill these ants, and he wouldn't have the slightest scruple. Yi Xian's thoughts were simple. He was now the master of Spirited Mountain, and his purpose was to stir up chaos in the three realms. It was fine if the people of the underworld were killed, but if the underworld were to start a conflict with Spirited Mountain, it would be to his advantage. Yi Xian walked slowly in the void, following the river of forgetfulness towards the depths of the underworld. Along the way, countless Yin soldiers and ghost generals appeared, and without exception, they all tried to stop him. Yi Xian's method was extremely violent. He didn't give these ants a chance to speak at all. He killed all the Yin soldiers and ghost generals in the void. Yi Xian walked forward slowly with narrowed eyes because he could feel that the underworld was vast and boundless. The aura of the dead souls was endless. It was obvious that the living beings who died in the catastrophe had entered the underworld. Although it had caused great turmoil in the underworld, it had also imperceptibly increased the underworld's power. The Yin soldiers retreated, and the dead souls wailed. Yi Xian finally reached the end of the river of forgetfulness, but Yi Xian didn't see the gates of hell. Instead, an illusory scene appeared in front of him. A dilapidated inn was like a mirage, and it was emitting a dim, turbid light. The pale paper lamp was dark and gloomy, and it kept swaying in the wind. This inn was slightly dilapidated, and the walls were pitch black with a hint of dark red. In the howling wind, the slightly thin black wooden door creaked, adding a sense of terror to this inn that stood in the wilderness. The wooden plaque was blood red. Yellow Spring Inn. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yi Xian's eyes were indifferent. He strolled to the door of this strange inn. It was also at this moment that he heard the miserable wails of many Yin souls, and an extremely terrifying wind blew towards him. If it were anyone else, they might feel terrified, but to Yi Xian, the scene presented by this inn was just a trick. The ghostly fire was eerie and looming. Several ghostly fires suddenly appeared, and their gloomy aura bloomed in the void. There were even ghostly cries that pierced one's eardrums. Yellow Spring Inn. Strangers are not allowed to enter. Creak. The black wooden door was slowly pushed open, and a stooped old woman staggered out. Her pale white hair covered her face, and Yi Xian couldn't see what she looked like. Kakik. She laughed eerily and suddenly raised her head. The old woman's pale white hair fluttered in the wind, and her face finally appeared before Yi Xian's eyes. Her face was wrinkled like maggots, and there were no black pupils in her eye sockets. Instead, they were all pale white. If a mortal cultivator saw her appearance, they would have been scared out of their wits. Looking at the old woman's terrifying appearance, Yi Xian said indifferently, "Don't play tricks in front of me. Otherwise, your end will be miserable." As Yi Xian's words fell, the old woman's face froze, and surprise flashed in her eyes. One must know that she was the owner of the Yellow Spring Inn, and was in charge of the road to the gates of hell. No matter which immortal or demon entered this place, they would be unusually respectful to her. This was because she was a sage-to-be, a ghost sage that even the ghost emperors of 5 directions had to respect. Her name was Grandmother Yellow Spring. Although her name was not well known, she was an extremely terrifying person in the underworld. Even among the sage-to-be, she was an extremely difficult existence to deal with. However, this Buddha in front of her actually ignored her, as if she was not worth mentioning in his eyes. This made her puzzled. Could it be that this person had some background? Although the Western sect was founded by the 2 sages of the Western sect, the underworld has its own rules. At this moment, the gates of hell does not allow outsiders to enter. "Fellow Taoist, please go back," Grandmother Yellow Spring said gloomily. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not seem to hear Grandmother Yellow Spring's words. Instead, he strolled toward the Yellow Spring Inn. This made Grandmother Yellow Spring's face contort, and a fierce light appeared in her eyes. "How dare you? This is the Netherworld, not your Western sect's Spirit Mountain. You are courting death." At this moment, the situation in the underworld was tense. The sudden arrival of a Buddha had already made Grandmother Yellow Spring feel puzzled, and her attitude was extremely cautious. However, now that Yi Xian wanted to barge in, as the owner of the Yellow Spring Inn, how could she let Yi Xian enter? How would she explain this to Mengpa? Ghostly qi was dense, and the void exploded. A pair of ghost claws appeared in the void. Grandmother Yellow Spring violently attacked, directly grabbing at Yi Xian, and there was also the rumbling of the Yin Light Law. Chapter 833. Grandma, stop! All of a sudden, an anxious shout was heard. A ghostly fire shot out from the Yellow Spring Inn, causing Grandma Netherworld to withdraw her attack. She looked at the person who had come with a puzzled look. "White impermanence, what are you doing here?" Grandma Netherworld said eerily. However, she did not see a wisp of killing intent dissipating from Yi Xian's eyes. Obviously, she did not know that she had just walked between life and death. If someone had not interrupted her attack, she would have died in Yi Xian's hands. "Grandma, the great emperor of Fengdu has decreed to invite Buddha Qingming to the Fengdu Palace for a chat. Please allow me to do so." The person who came was dressed in a white robe. His face was extremely pale. He looked like the white impermanence of the underworld. His cultivation was only at the primordial unity Xian immortal level. At this moment, he was bowing to Grandma Netherworld with a flattering smile. "Fengdu." "Humph." Grandma Netherworld snorted coldly. She did not care about the so-called Great Emperor of Fengdu at all. However, the Great Emperor of Fengdu was nominally in charge of the ghost regions. She still had to give him face. Another Jade Emperor. Looking at the conversation between the two, Yi Xian smiled coldly. The situation of the Great Emperor of Fengdu was very similar to that of the Jade Emperor in the past. They were both masters of a realm, but there were too many people who did not take Fengdu seriously. They were just puppets. "Humph, I'll spare your life today." Grandma Netherworld turned to look at Yi Xian. Her protruding eyeballs rolled her eyes. Then, she flung her sleeves and was about to return to the Yellow Spring Inn. "Did I allow you to leave?" Suddenly, before Grandma Netherworld could take 3 steps, Yi Xian's calm voice quietly rang out. This also made Grandma Netherworld's breath stop. She turned around stiffly and looked at Yi Xian with a ferocious expression. "What did you just say?" Grandma Netherworld asked in a cold voice. A terrifying dark light lingered around her body. The power of a sage-to-be slowly bloomed, and the entire Yellow Spring Inn became illusory. Who was Grandma Yellow Springs? She was a demi-saint, an extremely ancient one who had lived from the primeval age to the present. Although she was not as powerful as a demi-saint like the Nether River Patriarch, she was definitely much stronger than an ordinary demi-saint. Looking at the entire underworld, there were only a few people who could make Netherworld Granny revere. If she wanted to become an overlord in the underworld, there would definitely be hundreds of millions of dead souls under her command. She had been guarding the Yellow Spring Inn for countless years because of Meng Po's orders, and Meng Po was her master. That was why she was willing to suffer and guard the Yellow Spring Inn, which was the only way to enter the underworld. Anyone who knew Grandmother Yellow Springs would know that she had an extremely violent temperament. She would start a massacre at the slightest disagreement. Even the ghost emperors of the 5 directions would have to address her as grandmother, to show their respect. But today, Yi Xian had spoken rudely, which directly aroused Grandmother Yellow Springs' fierceness because no one in the underworld dared to speak to her like that. "You old woman, how dare you insult my Buddhist sect? If I don't punish you, won't you think that my Western sect is easy to bully?" Yi Xian said coldly. He did not look like a Buddhist monk at all. As the saying goes, a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Yi Xian did not mind making trouble. Anyway, he was under the banner of the Western sect and had the support of the 2 sages of the Western sect. If he could provoke a fight between the underworld and the Western Buddhist sect, it would be the best thing. Moreover, he had just entered the underworld, so he naturally needed to establish his prestige. Only then would the people in the underworld be afraid of him, which could also save a lot of trouble. It could be said that it was a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You are courting death. Thump, thump, thump. Grandmother Yellow Springs was fierce by nature. She did not care about the Western Buddhist sect, nor did she care about who Yi Xian was. If she did not teach Yi Xian a lesson today, how could she establish herself in the underworld? Damn bald donkey, die for Granny. Grandmother Yellow Springs shouted furiously, like the cry of an owl. Rolling yin light rushed into the sky, and thousands of miles of heaven and earth shook violently. As a ghost sage of the underworld, she was naturally extraordinary. When she attacked, she had an earth-shattering power. Rumble. The Netherworld Ghost Claw. The void collapsed. Grandmother Yellow Springs viciously clawed at Yi Xian. Her skinny and pale claws even destroyed the law of yin light in the void, enveloping Yi Xian under her claws. Granny, you can't. He is the Lord of Spirited Mountain. You can't kill him, White Impermanence screamed in horror. He anxiously reminded Grandmother Yellow Springs because Yin soldiers had already reported to the Emperor of Fengdu that Buddha Qing Ming of Spirited Mountain of the Western sect had arrived in the underworld. Because he blocked his way, countless Yin soldiers died. However, if Grandmother Yellow Springs killed Buddha Qing Ming in anger, how could the Emperor of Fengdu and the Western sect explain it? If the 2 sages of the Western sect were dissatisfied, the underworld would definitely not be able to bear their anger. What Lord of Spirited Mountain? How dare he speak rudely to Granny? Today, I will destroy his soul. Grandmother Yellow Springs roared ferociously. The Netherworld Ghost Claw had already fallen on Yi Xian's head. It was as if she was going to crush Yi Xian's head in the next moment. It's over, it's over. Something big has happened. White Impermanence screamed in horror. He closed his eyes tightly, unable to bear to look at Yi Xian's miserable state. Because he knew very well how terrifying Grandmother Yellow Springs was. Even if Buddha Qing Ming was a sage-to-be, this attack would definitely cause him unimaginable damage, even if it did not take his life. Dong! A strange sound quietly appeared. It was like a drop of water sinking into the sea. After that, no other sound was heard. Silence. Silence. A deathly silence. A full 10 breaths of time passed, but White Impermanence still didn't hear any strange sounds. He opened his eyes in a daze, but when he saw the scene in front of him, his entire body went slack to the ground, and his teeth began to chatter unconsciously. What did he see? Grandmother Yellow Spring still stretched out her ghost claw to grab Yi Xian. However, her body stiffened in the void because a finger was pointing at her ghost claw. She could not move an inch forward. Crack! With a strange sound, Grandmother Yellow Spring's ghost claw crumbled inch by inch in front of White Impermanence's horrified eyes. Grandmother Yellow Springs even let out a horrified scream. On the other hand, Yi Xian's towering figure did not move. His face was expressionless. He was pointing at Grandmother Yellow Spring's ghost claw with a little Buddha's light growing on his fingertip. Little ghost, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Today, I'll destroy your body and soul. Only then can I show the might of Buddhism. Yi Xian said coldly. He put two fingers together and pointed forward. The sound of bones cracking was extremely ear-piercing. Grandmother Yellow Spring's ghost claw suddenly turned into a wisp of black smoke. However, this was not the end. Yi Xian's finger was too terrifying. He was the only sage to be in the world. How could Grandmother Yellow Springs withstand it? Bang! Buddhist light exploded and the laws shattered. Yi Xian's might didn't decrease in the slightest. This finger of his shattered Grandma Huang Quan's arm and even pierced through her chest, causing her to let out a miserable shriek. Her entire body suddenly smashed onto the Yellow Springs Inn. Chapter 834. Rumble. The Yellow Spring Inn collapsed, and the wind and clouds in this area changed. Behind the inn, there was a city wall that connected the sky and the earth. A black plaque hung high on the city wall, and on the plaque, there were 3 words dripping with blood. Gates of Hell. How is this possible? Suddenly, White Impermanence screamed in horror. He couldn't believe what he saw. Old Lady Yellow Spring, whom he held in awe, couldn't even withstand a single blow and was severely injured by Yi Xian. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he would have thought it was a fantasy. Tap, tap, tap. Yi Xian strolled forward as a Buddhist halo rose behind him. However, with every step Yi Xian took, millions of miles of heaven and earth trembled with his footsteps. This attracted the attention of various figures in the underworld. Puny ghost, how dare you attack this seat? Today, I'll destroy your soul to show the majesty of Buddhism. Amitabha. The Buddhist kingdom in the palm of 10,000 Dharma Buddha statues. Yi Xian put his palms together and chanted a merciful Buddhist mantra. His palms suddenly reached out towards Old Lady Yellow Spring who was prostrating on the ground. The world suddenly changed as 10,000 Buddha phantoms appeared. The resplendent Buddhist halo filled the sky and earth and directly fell on Old Lady Yellow Spring. Buddha, please stop. Please spare her life. Such a scene instantly woke White Impermanence up. He trembled as he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yi Xian. Old Lady Yellow Spring couldn't die. If she was really killed by Yi Xian, it would definitely cause a great turmoil. As one of the parties involved, he would definitely not have a good ending. Unfortunately, who was Yi Xian? How could he let Old Lady Yellow Spring go just because of a mere White Impermanence's plea? Rumble. 10,000 Buddha phantoms chanted sutras in the void. The golden Buddha palm covered the sky and earth and carried an aura that could suppress all things as it fell on Old Lady Yellow Spring. Clearly, she would be completely suppressed between heaven and earth in the next moment. Master, save me. When death approached, Old Lady Yellow Spring completely panicked. She mournfully cried for help from the depths of the underworld, as if there was an extremely terrifying person in the depths of the underworld who could save her life. Fellow Taoists' power is boundless. My disciple boldly offended you. I apologize to her. Suddenly, a hoarse and aged voice rang out. A turbid river suddenly emerged from the void and instantly covered Netherworld Grandmother. It was also at this moment that the golden Buddha's palm fell with a loud bang. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart, causing everyone to feel dizzy. Rumble. The sky darkened, and dark light shot out. There were even fragments of Buddhist light that surged in all directions. Even though Yi Xian was a half-saint, he still took a step back. His brows slightly furrowed at this moment. What a powerful cultivation base! Yi Xian exclaimed in shock. His expression also became serious because only he knew how powerful he was. For example, he could suppress 2 demon emperors before he passed the first tribulation of the heavenly Tao. Now that he had passed the second tribulation of the heavenly Tao and become a half-saint step, he could suppress 2 demon emperors for 10 breaths of time. He could even be said to be invincible below the saint realm. However, the person who protected Old Lady Yellow Spring today had a cultivation base that surpassed the quasi-saint level. She could even make Yi Xian take a step back. This simply shocked Yi Xian. Suddenly, Yi Xian's expression froze. This was because the ancestral sorcerer token in his arms had changed. A burning sensation was blooming on the ancestral sorcerer token, and an obscure message was transmitted to Yi Xian's mind. It's her. How is this possible? Yi Xian muttered in shock. He could not believe what he had sensed. He looked deeply into the depths of the underworld. A pair of Dharma eyes shone through the endless void and directly observed the mysterious person who had attacked. There was a bridge and a person. The bridge was the bridge of helplessness, and the person was an old woman. She held a broken bowl in her hand, and her pale hair covered her cheeks. A pair of turbid eyes were also looking at Yi Xian. Mengpe. When the two of them looked at each other across the endless void, Yi Xian murmured. However, his expression was extremely strange, as if he had seen something inconceivable. Fellow Taoist, your magic power is boundless. You can be called the number 1 person below the saint realm. I hope you can give me some face and spare my ignorant disciple. On the bridge of helplessness, Mengpe bowed and lowered her posture that 1,000 waves were stirred up in an instant. When Mengpe's voice sounded in the underworld, countless terrifying figures gasped. Mengpe's words were too shocking, and her evaluation was simply unbelievable. The number 1 person below the saint realm? What kind of joke was this? This joke was simply too big. Pangu opened the sky, Hongjun preached the Tao, and the 6 saints appeared. There were countless sage to be below the saints, but no one dared to say that they were the number 1 below the saints. This was simply too arrogant. If these words came from Yi Xian's mouth, all the terrifying figures in the underworld would treat it as a joke. They would only think that Yi Xian was too arrogant. However, these words came from Mengpe's mouth. This simply shocked all the terrifying figures. They already believed half of it, because Mengpe was one of the strongest people in the underworld. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was the number 1 person in the underworld. Who dared to not believe her words? When the world was first opened, all living things were born. After the great calamity of Dragon Han and the great war of shamans and demons, the world was still called the Primeval Age. However, with the start of the 2 great calamities, the Primeval Age was fragmented, and the current 3 realms were formed. At that time, living things could not be reincarnated after death, and the underworld was born. When the underworld was formed, this person called Mengpe appeared on the bridge of helplessness. No one knew Mengpe's roots, who she was, and where she came from. However, countless years had passed, and Mengpe had always been on the bridge of helplessness, sending the souls of the dead in the world to reincarnate. Mengpe was terrifying because of one thing, something that only the sage-to-be of the underworld knew. In the past, after the great calamity of shamans and demons, countless living things died tragically between heaven and earth. The resentment of 10,000 spirits gathered in the underworld and directly catalyzed a faceless heavenly ghost. What was a faceless heavenly ghost? There was no way and no shape. It was a myriad of laws and phenomena. In heaven and earth, only it was supreme. This faceless heavenly ghost was born from the resentment of all living things. It could be said to be an immortal existence. Even a sage-to-be would die when facing it. Moreover, this faceless heavenly ghost was born from the resentment of all living things. It did not have a physical body, nor did it belong to any race. It was neither human, ghost, immortal, demon, nor devil. The faceless heavenly ghost devoured all living beings to strengthen itself. The entire underworld had become a slaughterhouse for the faceless heavenly ghost. The faceless heavenly ghost devoured vengeful souls and malicious ghosts, and had become terrifyingly powerful. Even a dozen demi-saints had been defeated by it, and several demi-saints had been devoured by it. When the underworld fell into deep despair, Mengpa walked out of the bridge of helplessness. It was also on that day that the people of the underworld saw how terrifying Mengpa was. Chapter 8:35. The bowl covered heaven and earth, and all things collapsed. Mengpa merely took out the broken bowl in her hand. On that day, the underworld was in turmoil, the 6 paths of reincarnation stagnated, and spatial cracks appeared. The lawless formless heavenly ghost was sucked into the bowl by Mengpa and refined into a puff of green smoke that disappeared from the underworld. Terrifying, too terrifying. This incident completely established Mengpa's position in the underworld. No matter who saw Mengpa, they had to bow 3 times. But today, such a mysterious and terrifying Mengpa actually said that she was the number 1 person below the saints. She even gave these words to Yi Xian. This was simply unimaginable to the great figures of the various underworlds. All eyes were focused on him. Yi Xian could feel many gazes on him. This made him frown and he let out a cold snort. Instantly, the great figures of the underworld retracted their gazes. Since Mengpa has pleaded for mercy, I must give her face. Yi Xian's expression calmed down, and the Buddhist light around him dissipated. Grandmother Netherworld staggered to her feet and looked at Yi Xian with deep fear in her eyes. Senior, thank you for not killing me. Grandmother Netherworld no longer had the arrogance from before. At this moment, she bowed 3 times to Yi Xian and then turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Clearly, Yi Xian's terror had scared her out of her wits. She was afraid that she would have to take a detour if she saw Yi Xian in the future. Yi Xian did not feel anything about Grandmother Netherworld's departure. He only looked into the depths of the underworld and took a deep look at Mengpa, who was standing on the bridge of helplessness. A strange look flashed across his eyes. Buddha. Buddha, please. The Emperor of Fengdu is waiting for your arrival in the Fengdu Palace. A trembling voice sounded behind Yi Xian. White Impermanence was extremely humble. He had a flattering smile on his face, but he did not dare to look at Yi Xian. Clearly, Yi Xian's terror was still fresh in his mind. He did not dare to make the slightest mistake in etiquette. The Emperor of Fengdu. Ha! Yi Xian chuckled. This was his old friend. Back then, he had been played by him and Fatso Huang, and they had stolen the primordial violet vapor. It could be said that the Emperor of Fengdu hated him to the core. Yi Xian did not expect to meet this person as soon as he entered the underworld. Lead the way, Yi Xian said with a smile. White Impermanence was flattered and quickly led the way for Yi Xian. As the Yin soldiers passed by, the living people retreated. On the road to the gates of hell, there were a total of 16 paths that led directly to the gates of hell. And on each path, there were Yin soldiers and ghost generals escorting the souls of the dead towards the gates of hell. Along the 16 paths leading to the gates of hell, one could occasionally see the black and white impermanence of Oxhead and Horseface waving their morning soul cudgels and ghost tridents roaring in low voices. There were even Yin soldiers wielding long whips to whip some souls that were unwilling to move forward. I've been wronged. My lord, I've been wronged. Please let me go. If I die, how will my family survive? My lord, I died unjustly. Please let me return to the world of the living. No, I don't want to be reincarnated. I don't want to. The souls of the dead wailed and the chilly wind whistled. On the path leading to the gates of hell, the cries of the souls of the dead could be heard from time to time, causing the chilly wind to blow in this part of the world. Yi Xian strolled forward while White Impermanence led the way for him. Yi Xian saw this scene, but his expression did not change in the slightest because he knew that this was the fate of people after death. Along the way, it was too noisy. White Impermanence constantly observed the changes in Yi Xian's expression. When he saw that Yi Xian did not show any dissatisfaction because of the noise made by the souls of the dead, White Impermanence secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was deeply afraid that these souls of the dead would anger this Buddha and implicate him again. Buddha, please don't blame them. These souls of the dead are all like this. They will cry out for injustice wherever they go. If Buddha finds out that they are making a ruckus, I can kill them with one blow. I believe that if the great emperor of Fengdu knows about this, he will definitely agree with my way of doing things. White Impermanence said respectfully. His words were even more flattering. It's fine. Although Yi Xian was bloodthirsty, he was not so bored as to bicker with these dead souls of the dead. This was because Yi Xian understood a principle very well. All living things would die, but death was not the end. Their souls would also be judged by the underworld before they could be reincarnated as living things again. This was the operation of heaven and earth since ancient times. It had never changed since ancient times. No, I don't want to enter the underworld. Let me go. All of a sudden, a voice as soft as a mosquito's rang out. It also startled Yi Xian. He suddenly stopped moving forward, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Familiar, too familiar. This female voice was filled with sorrow, and it made Yi Xian think of a young girl's face. How is this possible? Yi Xian whispered coldly. His eyes flashed. When he took a step forward, he appeared in front of a young girl. His gaze seemed to condense as he looked at the young girl. Black chains wrapped around the young girl's body. She had delicate features, and her body was emitting a weak white light. Her figure was slightly illusory, as if she would disappear at any time. Yi Yaoyue. When he saw the young girl's face clearly, Yi Xian trembled. His eyes suddenly froze. He never thought that he would see his adopted sister here. Yi Yaoyue was little Zhuoma, a girl from Little Rock Village. After her grandfather died, Yi Xian brought her back to the celestial court and took her in as his adopted sister. However, Yi Xian never thought that Yi Yaoyue would not be in the celestial court. Instead, only her soul was left, and she was being held captive by Oxhead and Horseface to be sent to the gates of hell. Who? Who are you? How? How do you know my name? When Yi Yaoyue saw a white-robed monk suddenly appear in front of her and call out her name, she was stunned. She looked at Yi Xian nervously. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I know you. You are Yi Xian's adopted sister. Why did your soul come to the underworld after your death? Yi Xian gradually calmed his fluctuating emotions, and his voice became serious. Who are you? Why don't you move aside? Suddenly, before Yi Yaoyue could answer Yi Xian's question, Oxhead and Horseface, who were guarding to the side, roared out furiously. However, they did not dare to attack Yi Xian because Yi Xian could tell with a single glance that he was a Buddhist. Moreover, he shone with a weak Buddhist light. Before they understood his background, they did not dare to act rashly. How dare you? Hurry up and greet Buddha Qing Ming. He's the most respected guest of the underworld. White Impermanence shot over as her face paled. If Oxhead and Horseface had offended Yi Xian, she would definitely kill the two of them personally. Greetings, Lord Impermanence. The arrival of White Impermanence caused Oxhead and Horseface to turn pale with fright. They hurriedly bowed to her and then bowed to Yi Xian with panic in their eyes. There were many black and white impermanents in the underworld, but they were also divided into ranks. The white impermanence in front of them was the person beside the Emperor of Fengdu, and she had great authority. If she wanted to kill the two of them, it would only be a matter of minutes. How could Oxhead and Horseface dare to offend her? Don't be afraid. Tell me why your soul appeared here. Yi Xian looked at his adopted sister calmly and asked in a gentle voice. My big brother is Yi Xian. I sneaked out of the celestial court. I was caught by Daluo Jingxian of the Chan school. He forced me to tell him where the celestial court is. I refused to obey. So, Yi Yaoyue said with a trembling voice. Although Yi Yaoyue did not finish speaking, Yi Xian's expression turned cold. He had roughly guessed what had happened. His adopted sister was too lively. She must have sneaked out of the celestial court and been caught by Daluo Jingxian of the Chan school. In order to obtain the specific location of the celestial court, he naturally interrogated her. However, Yi Yaoyue refused to say anything, so she was naturally killed by the other party. Buddha is wise. This person is the adopted sister of the ferocious demon Yi Xian. The Chan school has already sent a message to the underworld, asking the underworld to send her to the 18th level of hell and torture her. We must find out where the 33rd celestial court is hidden, so. Oxhead trembled as he explained what had happened. Let her go. Yi Xian said calmly. When he finished speaking, Oxhead and Horseface's expressions changed drastically. They thought they had misheard. Buddha, this can't be. This woman is Yi Xian's adopted sister. Moreover, the saint has decreed that anyone related to Yi Xian. Oxhead and Horseface trembled. The horse's face trembled as he spoke. However, before he could finish speaking, he received a cold gaze from Yi Xian, causing him to be unable to continue speaking. His entire body went limp and fell to the ground. 2 pieces of trash. Didn't you hear that the Buddha asked you to let her go? White Impermanence's eyes turned and he reprimanded them. He stepped forward and kicked Oxhead and Horseface to the ground. He directly used a spell to release the black chain around Yi Yaoyue. Then, he looked at Yi Xian with a flattering smile. Chapter 836. White Impermanence knew very well that when Granny Meng treated Yi Xian with respect, the situation of the entire underworld would change greatly. Yi Xian would definitely become a popular person, which would greatly change the situation of the underworld. It was not wise to offend Yi Xian for a mere soul. Why did you save me? After being suddenly rescued, Yi Yaoyu was completely muddle-headed. She stared blankly at Yi Xian, who was in front of her, with confusion in her eyes. Girl, you're so unreasonable. This is Buddha Qin Ming of Mystical Mountain. Although you're the sworn sister of Yi Xian, Buddha is merciful and naturally wouldn't bear to see you suffer a calamity. Hurry up and thank him. White Impermanence put on a serious face and pretended to be dignified. Thank you, benefactor, for saving me. Yi Yaoyue finally calmed down and bowed towards Yi Xian. However, there was caution in her eyes because she always had a trace of hostility towards Buddhism. She didn't believe that this person in front of her would save her for no reason. Yi Xian understood his sworn sister very well and could guess what she was thinking. However, he couldn't reveal his identity at this moment to avoid some unnecessary trouble. Lord Impermanence, this girl is personally supervised by the Chan school. Moreover, Ghost Emperor Shen Tu asked us to personally send her to the Eastern Ghost Temple. If we let her go just like that, how are we going to explain it to Ghost Emperor Shen Tu? Oxhead and Horseface whispered with a bitter expression. White Impermanence rolled his eyes when he heard Oxhead and Horseface's words. He didn't expect Oxhead and Horseface to be so tactless. Although Ghost Emperor Shentu was the Eastern Ghost Emperor, he was only a peak Grand Heavenly Immortal. How could he be compared to Buddha Qing Ming of Mystical Mountain? Humph, you too can report back to Ghost Emperor Shen Tuesday. If he wants someone, he can ask the Emperor of Feng Du. White Impermanence snorted coldly. As the saying goes, it's good to lean against a big tree and enjoy the shade. White Impermanence was originally one of the Emperor of Feng Du's people. If it was in the past, he would never dare to offend Shen Tuesday. However, after seeing how terrifying Yi Xian was, White Impermanence already understood that it wouldn't be long before the various great figures of the underworld would extend an olive branch to Yi Xian. His actions today would definitely obtain the support of the Emperor of Feng Du. Looking at White Impermanence's unbridled expression, Oxhead and Horseface looked at each other, flattering each other speechless. Then, they left directly, obviously to report to the Eastern Ghost Emperor. Shen Tuesday, follow me for the time being. When I leave the underworld, I will help you return to the living world. Yi Xian put his palms together and comforted Yi Yaoyue. Yi Yaoyue, since Buddha favors you, you must cherish this opportunity. You can rest assured that no one in the underworld will dare to hurt you. White Impermanence smiled and patted his chest to assure her. What happened next was very simple. The three of them exchanged a few words. Yi Yaoyue could only follow Yi Xian for the time being, while White Impermanence continued to lead the way for Yi Xian. The Underworld's Gate. There were ancient mottled walls on all sides, and a huge gate that looked like the mouth of a taotai. Majestic dead souls were entering. Under the guidance of White Impermanence, Yi Xian brought Yi Yaoyue into the Underworld's Gate. There was no such thing as day and night in the underworld. Since the beginning of time, the sky of the underworld had always been dark and turbid. The underworld was one of the three realms. Its territory was vast and boundless, and it was divided into 5 ghost regions. The place where Yi Xian was now was the central ghost region, which was also the most famous underworld's gate of hell. After passing through the underworld's gate, one would enter Fengdu City. Fengdu City was under the control of the Emperor of Fengdu. He was also the highest ruler of the underworld in name. Fengdu City was just a general name. The city occupied a vast area, and it was a kingdom of dead souls. There were 10 Yama Kings, and each Yama King had 10 Yama Lords. Under each Yama King, there were 10 Yama Lords. Under each Yama Lord were 10 Yama Lords. Under each Yama Lord were 10 Yama Lords, and under each Yama Lord were 10 Yama Courts. Apart from Fengdu City, there was a ghost emperor in each of the north, south, east, and west. All of them revered Fengdu City, and they suppressed the 4 underworlds and helped the underworld to operate normally. To put it bluntly, the underworld was an organization that allowed the dead souls to reincarnate, and the ghost emperors of the 5 directions were the people who assisted in this mission. However, the underworld's power was tangled and complicated, and it was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Furthermore, the ghost emperors of the 5 directions weren't the true rulers of the underworld. The so-called netherworld underworld didn't have many cities, only the ghost cities of the 5 directions. Although there were only 5 cities, their vast territory was boundless. Although the underworld wasn't as vast and boundless as the Earth Immortal realm, the ghosts and gods in it weren't inferior to any immortals. Furthermore, there were too many terrifying characters in the underworld, and their strength was unimaginable. Fengdu City's South Gate. The black Tongtian City Gate pierced through the ground, and the tall city walls seemed to connect heaven and earth, making it impossible for people to see the end of it with a single glance. That sinister, demon-like picture illuminated the entire city gate with a dense ghostly aura. From time to time, there would be a large number of Yin soldiers passing through, escorting large numbers of ghosts and dead souls into Fengdu City. However, the southern city gate of Fengdu City today was different. Countless Yin soldiers and ghost generals were kneeling on both sides, and the ghosts that were being escorted were crawling on the ground, shivering. The underworld chariot stopped in front of the city gate, and there were even two great ghost generals, Oxhead and Horseface, standing on both sides of the chariot. Among them, there was an endless stream of judges, and there were even two kings of hell following beside him. They were wearing the official robes of the underworld, and every one of them had a solemn and respectful expression. However, from time to time, fear would flash across the bottom of their eyes. The bead curtain of the underworld chariot was lifted, and a middle-aged man with a pale complexion that didn't lose his dignity slowly walked down from the chariot. This person had thick eyebrows, and a pair of eyes that were as bright as the stars. He was wearing a black robe with a dragon on it, a golden belt around his waist, and a pair of ghost cloud boots on his feet. Although there wasn't any aura of power around him, it made people feel extreme reverence when they looked at him. That's right. He was one of the ghost emperors of the 5 directions, the emperor of Fengdu. He was also the nominal ruler of the underworld. In the entire netherworld, no matter if it was ghost immortals or ghosts, they would all feel extreme reverence when they heard of this person's name. Although the emperor of Fengdu was only the nominal ruler of the underworld, one shouldn't forget that he was a sage-to-be. His cultivation was definitely not weak in the 3 realms. Today, he actually came to the southern city gate of Fengdu City, and the people accompanying him were all great kings of hell and judges. This also made the countless Yin soldiers and ghost generals extremely shocked. They didn't know who the emperor of Fengdu was welcoming in person. With his hands behind his back and his eyes deep in thought, the emperor of Fengdu's face was as cold as ice, which also showed the supreme dignity of the ghost emperor of the underworld. Suddenly, the mournful cries of ghosts came from the official road leading to Fengdu City, and it also attracted the attention of many Yin soldiers and ghost generals in front of the city gate. Their gazes were all focused on the official road. A large number of ghosts were being escorted by the Yin soldiers and ghost generals. White Impermanence's white robe was very eye-catching, but it made many ghost immortals and ghosts feel uncertain. Although White Impermanence was the favorite person by the Emperor of Fengdu's side, the Emperor of Fengdu wouldn't personally welcome him. Obviously, it couldn't be this person. Chapter 837. A Stranger. As Bai Wuchang entered the gates of Fengdu, Yi Xian and Yi Yaoyue came into view. When they saw Yi Xian, many of the ghosts and deities cried out in surprise. At the same time, something happened that shocked the ghost soldiers and ghost generals. The Emperor of Fengdu's ice-cold face melted as a smile appeared on his majestic face. Without waiting for Bai Wuchang to lead Yi Xian over, the Emperor of Fengdu strode toward Yi Xian. His words also fell into the ears of many ghosts and deities. Brother Qin Ming, please forgive me for not coming out to greet you when you've arrived at Fengdu. As the Emperor of Fengdu spoke, he'd already arrived in front of Yi Xian. He even lowered his posture and cupped his hands. He didn't have the slightest bit of the dignity of a ghost emperor, and the way he looked at Yi Xian was even more enthusiastic. Brother. As the Emperor of Fengdu's words fell, many of the immortal ghost soldiers cried out in surprise. It was only then that they finally understood who the Emperor of Fengdu was welcoming. A quasi-saint, a true quasi-saint, a quasi-saint from Spiritual Mountain. He was probably an extremely terrifying quasi-saint. In the 3 realms, there were very few people who could make the Emperor of Fengdu come out of the city to welcome them. Even ordinary quasi-saints had never received such treatment. Only people like the 2 great demon emperors of the demon race or the Nether River Patriarch could make the Emperor of Fengdu welcome them personally. However, the people present had never heard of anyone other than the 2 high and mighty saints from Spirited Mountain of the West who could make the Emperor of Fengdu so humble. In fact, these immortal ghost soldiers did not know that Yi Xian had fought Mengpa across space when he first entered the underworld. Mengpa even praised him as the number 1 person below the saints. How could the Emperor of Fengdu not welcome him personally? Moreover, if one observed carefully, they would notice that the Emperor of Fengdu's smile was humble and his eyes were filled with respect. There was no trace of the majesty of a ghost emperor. Whether it was a ghost emperor, an immortal, or even a mortal, the world was like this. The strong were always revered. Even though the emperor of Fengdu was a quasi-sage, he knew very well that he was no match for Yi Xian. Because he'd personally witnessed how Yellow Spring Grandma was defeated by Yi Xian. If it wasn't for Mengpa making a move in time, then Yellow Spring Grandma would have perished. This was also the reason why the great emperor of Fengdu was here to welcome Yi Xian. He did not dare to be rude. If he offended Yi Xian, this was definitely not the result he wanted. Looking at the emperor of Fengdu in front of him, Yi Xian's eyes flickered with a touch of indifference. He knew the temperament of this old acquaintance very well. But now, since he had transformed into the Western Buddha, and the other party was treating him with respect, he naturally could not lose his manners. Yi Xian put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha in a low voice, giving people a warm and genial feeling. I'm truly overwhelmed by the favor of Tao friend Fengdu personally welcoming me. Ha! The great emperor of Fengdu laughed heartily and said, fellow Taoists, cultivation is unprecedented, and you're also the #1 Buddha of Spirited Mountain. I've long heard of Spirited Mountain's salvation of all living beings in the Aparagodania continent. I've also heard of your great name for a long time, but I've never had the chance to meet you. This is a great regret of mine. Fellow Taoist, please. The great emperor of Fengdu had a smile on his face, and there was even a hint of flattery. He made an inviting gesture to Yi Xian, inviting Yi Xian to return to his dojo together. How dare you, little ghost, follow behind the ghost emperor? Suddenly, just as Yi Xian and the great emperor of Fengdu were walking side by side, a judge berated Yi Yaoyue. This also made Yi Yaoyue's expression change. Yi Yaoyue was in the all-heaven realm when she was alive, but after she died, she turned into a ghost. She was naturally afraid of the ghost immortals of the netherworld. At this moment, when she was berated by a judge, her body suddenly froze, and her ghost aura was extremely chaotic. This woman is fated to be with me. Naturally, she should accompany me. Does fellow Taoist Fengdu have any objections? Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and did not even look at the judge. His originally smiling face suddenly turned cold, and his voice became low. This also made the great emperor of Fengdu's body tremble. He instantly turned around and glared fiercely at the judge. The judge was so frightened that he bowed to Yi Xian and said, so this woman is one of Buddha's people. I didn't know about this. Please forgive me, Buddha. Humph. Registrar Wang, I haven't said anything yet, and you dare to be so presumptuous. Do you want to die? The great emperor of Fengdu's face was cold, and his eyes were filled with extremely terrifying murderous intent as he looked at Registrar Wang. However, this murderous intent dissipated helplessly in his eyes, as if the great emperor of Fengdu had some scruples. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Old minister was just anxious. How would I dare to be rude to Buddha? Registrar Wang laughed flatteringly, but there was no fear in his eyes. If fellow Taoist Qingming hadn't come to the netherworld today, which is a joyous day for the netherworld, I would have annihilated your spirit as a warning to others. The great emperor of Fengdu said coldly. With a flick of his sleeve, he ignored this person. Fellow Taoist, please forgive me. My subordinate doesn't know etiquette. I will definitely teach him later. The great emperor of Fengdu cupped his hands and bowed to Yi Xian with a guilty look on his face. The scene in front of him made Yi Xian's eyes move. He didn't believe that a mere registrar of the netherworld would make such an ignorant mistake. Yi Yaoyue was obviously following him, and even a fool could see that they had an extremely unusual relationship. However, this registrar Wang pretended not to know and even dared to scold him. Furthermore, the great emperor of Fengdu didn't punish this person. There must be something that was unknown to others. It's okay. Those who don't know can't be blamed, Yi Xian said calmly. Fellow Taoist, this girl should have just entered the netherworld. After all, she is an undead. After entering Fengdu City, if she didn't accept the judgment of the Book of Life and Death, she wouldn't have the symbol of the netherworld on her body. She is also known as a wandering ghost. If fellow Taoist is willing, why don't you let this girl follow me? Being a ghost immortal in the netherworld is also an opportunity for her. The great emperor of Fengdu already knew about Yi Yaoyue's identity. Although he couldn't wait to kill everyone related to Yi Xian, the great emperor of Fengdu naturally wanted to use this opportunity to express his goodwill to Yi Xian when Yi Xian secretly sent a message to inform him of the situation. However, the great emperor of Fengdu didn't know that the person he wanted to curry favor with was also the person he hated the most. If he knew that Buddha Qingming was Yi Xian, it was unknown how he would react. Furthermore, the emperor of Fengdu had seen Yi Xian's methods before. He was extremely convinced that although Buddha Qingming, who had suddenly appeared, seemed to be benevolent and peaceful, there were quite a few ghost soldiers that had died at his hands when he first entered the underworld. Grandma Huang Quan had almost died at his hands. Even if he couldn't rope this person in, he couldn't offend him. If he really provoked this person and attacked him because of dissatisfaction, he was afraid that he, a dignified ghost emperor, would become a laughingstock. The great emperor of Fengdu's eyes turned and looked at Yi Yaoyue with a smile. Young lady, don't be afraid. Although you are a Yin spirit, I lack a registrar Wang under my command. After today, I will condense the body of a ghost immortal for you and you can become a ghost immortal under my command. Chapter 838. Upon hearing the words of the emperor of Fengdu, Yi Yaoyue was completely stunned. She had never thought that she, who was just a prisoner, would turn from a lonely ghost into a ghost immortal in the underworld in the blink of an eye. This kind of opportunity made her feel like she was in a dream. This woman's opportunity is not in the underworld. I will send her back to the living world, but I need to trouble you to remove her name from the Book of Life and Death so that she can transcend the 6 paths of reincarnation. Yi Yaoyue was Yi Xian's sworn sister. How could she become a ghost immortal in the underworld? Although Yi Yaoyue was only left with her soul, it was easy for Yi Xian to rebuild a body. Ha! It's fine. Since this lady is so loved by you, she is my junior. This kind of small matter is not worth mentioning. The emperor of Fengdu could completely feel Yi Xian's indifference, which made him smile flatteringly. However, he hated the Book of Life and Death even more, but he could not show it on his face because he could not afford to offend the person behind the Book of Life and Death. When the surrounding ghost immortals heard of the emperor of Fengdu's decision, their eyes were filled with horror. One had to know that although the emperor of Fengdu had great power and was the master of the underworld in name, it was an extremely taboo to remove this woman's name from the Book of Life and Death. It was also against the underworld's path of reincarnation. If some people knew about it, they would definitely use this to make things difficult for the emperor of Fengdu. The current underworld was not the underworld of the past. Since the beginning of the catastrophe, the 3 realms were plunged into misery and suffering. The underworld was filled with endless vengeful spirits and ghosts, which had long broken the original power structure. If it were not for those few terrifying figures suppressing the underworld would have been in chaos. On the other hand, the emperor of Fengdu knew that this woman had just entered the underworld and was only a wandering ghost. Yet, he dared to directly remove her name from the Book of Life and Death. It was obvious that he had paid an enormous price to curry favor with Yi Xian. This also caused the many ghost immortals to look at Yi Xian with great suspicion. They did not know what ability Yi Xian had to make the emperor of Fengdu pay such a heavy price. However, these ghost immortaline soldiers did not know that the reason why the emperor of Fengdu did this was to rope in Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had caused such a huge commotion when he had just entered the underworld. The emperor of Fengdu treated Yi Xian as a terrifying figure like Mengpa. Not to mention striking Yi Yaoyue's name off the Life and Death book, it wasn't impossible to give the life and death book to Yi Xian for him to tamper with. Yi Yaoyue was not a fool. She knew that it was all because of this white-robed monk in front of her that she could obtain this opportunity today. This also made her extremely surprised. She did not know why this white-robed monk would take care of her so much. Moreover, she did not know why, but looking at this white-robed monk in front of her, Yi Yaoyue's vigilance gradually disappeared. An indescribable sense of familiarity grew in her, as if she had seen this person somewhere before. After a series of strange changes, Yi Xian and the Emperor of Fengdu walked side by side and finally entered Fengdu City under the escort of the people of the underworld. When Yi Xian entered Fengdu City, the news spread like wildfire. All the important figures of the underworld sent people into the city one after another to inquire about Yi Xian's purpose in coming to the underworld. Fengdu Palace. Fengdu Palace was the Emperor of Fengdu's place of enlightenment. Nominally, it was also the place under the highest jurisdiction of the underworld. When the Emperor of Fengdu welcomed Yi Xian into Fengdu Palace, an extremely warm welcome ceremony was also presented. The Black Palace Hall, the evil ghost bronze door, and the vicissitudes of life filled the air. Numerous black pillars supported the entire Fengdu Palace, and the sound of zither and zither resounded in the palace hall. Ghost concubine Qing Wu had a unique charm, and the cold jade ghost wine filled the entire palace hall with its fragrance. Under the Emperor of Fengdu's warm invitation, Yi Xian sat side by side with many judges and ghost generals accompanying him. Yi Xian looked at him indifferently, and his expression did not change at all. Fellow Taoist, your arrival in the underworld makes you an important guest of the underworld. This emperor will first toast to you. The Emperor of Fengdu raised his black jade wine cup and drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. What a pity! Although Yi Xian held the wine cup in his hand, he did not move at all. This made the atmosphere in Fengdu Palace slightly awkward. The Emperor of Fengdu's eyes turned slightly and said, "This emperor forgot that fellow Taoist is a Buddhist. You shouldn't touch wine. Someone, bring me the 100 flowers enlightenment tea. Today, this emperor wants to have a drink with fellow Taoist Qing Ming." The Emperor of Fengdu waved his hand and ordered. The Yin soldiers hurriedly received the order and left. Do. Yi Xian tapped the table with his fingers, and the sound was filled with an inexplicable rhythm. His face was expressionless, and he finally said, "There's no need for these complicated formalities. Take out the Book of Life and Death and strike off this woman's name. I want to leave this place too. There's no hurry." Fellow Taoist, you're a guest from afar, the Emperor of Fengdu forced a smile. However, before he could finish his words, Yi Xian waved his hand and interrupted, "Fengdu, a straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. This time, I came to the underworld not to befriend you, but to do something else." Yi Xian was too lazy to feign civility with the Emperor of Fengdu. If it was in the past, he might have taken this person seriously. However, with his current cultivation, the Emperor of Fengdu was no different from an ant in his eyes. To put it bluntly, he could kill a mere Emperor of Fengdu as he wished. If he did not hide his identity, this person would have been annihilated long ago just based on the enmity he had with the Emperor of Fengdu in the past. How dare you! Bang! Suddenly, Registrar Wang slammed the table and stood up. He pointed at Yi Xian and scolded angrily, "Although you're the Buddha of Mount Numinous, you should know that this is the underworld. His Majesty is the Lord of the underworld. How can you be so presumptuous?" Registrar Wang spoke righteously and angrily rebuked Yi Xian. Then, he turned around and bowed to the Emperor of Fengdu, saying, "Your Majesty, this Buddha has repeatedly disregarded your Majesty. This is not only disrespect to your Majesty, but also disrespect to the underworld. The old minister earnestly requests your Majesty to take down this audacious madman." Yi Xian's attitude was extremely tough. Moreover, he did not leave any face for the Emperor of Fengdu at all. This had already made the Emperor of Fengdu very embarrassed, but he did not dare to say anything. After all, he was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Meng Po. Even if he was angry in his heart, he could only endure it. However, the Emperor of Fengdu never expected that Registrar Wang would jump out again before he could fall out with Yi Xian. Wasn't he trying to instigate a fight between him and Yi Xian? Registrar Wang, there's nothing for you to do here. You can leave now. The great Emperor of Fengdu's face was as gloomy as water. He looked at Wang Zhubua with a malicious gaze. If it weren't for the people behind him, he would have already beaten this clown to death. How could he let him continue to make noise here? Your Majesty, you've disappointed me. Registrar Wang looked bitter and hateful, but there was a trace of pride in his eyes. Then, he flung his sleeves and walked out of the hall angrily. Did I allow you to leave? Suddenly, without waiting for Registrar Wang to walk out of the Fengdu hall, Yi Xian's indifferent voice rang out. This also made Registrar Wang stunned. The Emperor of Fengdu, the Ghost Immortal Judge, and the others who accompanied him also had a drastic change in expression. Chapter 839. What do you want? Wang Zhubua frowned and turned around to look at Yi Xian. There was a hint of fear in his eyes, but he wasn't too afraid. After all, this was the underworld. He didn't believe that Yi Xian would dare to do anything to him. How dare you disrespect me, you little ant? Yi Xian didn't move. His voice was low and hoarse, but an extremely terrifying thing happened. Bang! The void was chaotic, and the light of Buddha roared. A golden light suddenly slashed across Wang Zhubua's body, causing him to be stunned on the spot with his mouth wide open. However, at this moment, his body suddenly turned into a wisp of black smoke. He didn't even have time to scream before his soul was scattered and he died. A gust of cold wind blew, and Wang Zhubua disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had never appeared in this world. When this scene appeared before the eyes of the people in the underworld, all kinds of gasps could be heard. This. The Emperor of Fengdu's expression was uncertain. He suddenly looked at Yi Xian with great fear in his eyes. This was because even he didn't see how Yi Xian attacked, and Wang Zhubua's soul was scattered and died. This kind of method was simply unheard of. You are. Suddenly, Yi Yaoyue spoke with a trembling voice. She stared blankly at Yi Xian. Her eyes were already faintly red. This was because when she saw Yi Xian attack mercilessly, it made her think of a person. The same decisiveness in killing, the same indifference, and even the style of doing things were extremely similar. When Yi Yaoyue connected it to Yi Xian saving her previously, an unbelievable guess emerged in her heart. Yi Xian seemed to feel Yi Yaoyue's emotional fluctuations. He nodded slightly at Yi Yaoyue and smiled. This also made Yi Yaoyue's expression turn sluggish. A hint of moisture appeared in her eyes, but in the end, she endured it. Fellow cultivator, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. The Emperor of Fengdu let out a long sigh. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not care about the Emperor of Fengdu's pretentious act. Instead, he looked at the Emperor of Fengdu calmly and said, I don't want to get involved in the matters of the underworld. Don't play any tricks in front of me. If you have something to say, just say it. As Yi Xian's words fell, the great Emperor of Fengdu's face stiffened. He did not expect Yi Xian to be someone who would not be swayed by force or persuasion, let alone give him any face. This also made him take a deep breath. There was no anger on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, My friend is indeed a straightforward person. In that case, I shall get straight to the point. Since the battle between Yi Xian and the ancient demon court, countless living beings have died miserably in the world. This has caused my netherhell to be overcrowded and filled with boundless resentment. Get to the point, Yi Xian said in a low voice. Obviously, He did not want to listen to the nonsense between him and the Emperor of Fengdu. The Emperor of Fengdu was not dissatisfied with Yi Xian's attitude because he had already regarded Yi Xian as someone like Mengpa. My friend, listen to me in detail. The Emperor of Fengdu did not dare to be negligent and quickly got down to business. It turned out that since the battle between Yi Xian and the ancient demon court, hundreds of millions of miles of the sky had been pierced through. Countless living beings in the earth immortal world had died, and countless dead souls had poured into the underworld. If it were not for a few terrifying figures who took action to suppress them, the underworld would definitely be in turmoil. However, this wasn't the most important thing. Although countless souls had been suppressed and the underworld had finally returned to normal, there were simply too many souls that had died. Moreover, the resentment that flowed into the underworld after their deaths was endless. Everyone in the underworld cultivated the ghost immortal lineage. They did not have a physical body, only a spiritual body. The resentment was a great supplement. It had helped countless ghost immortals in the underworld, and in a short period of time, the power of the underworld had increased tremendously. There were also many peak grand heavenly immortals who relied on the endless resentment to ascend to the quasi-sage realm. They had even recruited soldiers and bought horses, breaking the power structure of the underworld. The resentment was also a double-edged sword. If one absorbed too much of it, they would completely lose their spiritual wisdom and even create many terrifying ghosts. The Registrar Wang just now was the confidant of the Ghost Emperor of the North, Zhang Heng. He was someone who had been placed beside the Emperor of Fengdu. Speaking of the Ghost Emperors of the Five Directions, although the Emperor of Fengdu was the strongest and the Ghost Emperors of the Four Directions looked to him as the leader, they were not united. Zhang Heng's cultivation was on par with the Emperor of Fengdu. Moreover, due to the endless resentment pouring into the underworld, Zhang Heng's cultivation had increased beyond imagination. He had long surpassed the Emperor of Fengdu. A person's greed was directly proportional to their ambition. The Ghost Emperor of the North, Zhang Heng, was not inferior to the Emperor of Fengdu in terms of cultivation. When he absorbed the endless resentment, his cultivation had far surpassed the Emperor of Fengdu. He was even more unwilling to submit to him. There was even a secret battle between the two of them. However, it ended with the Emperor of Fengdu's defeat. Zhang Heng even expanded his power without restraint, and within 10,000 years, he had secretly taken control of the ghost regions of the Five Directions. Although the Emperor of Fengdu was unwilling to admit defeat, he had no other choice. The underworld was like that. Whoever had the stronger cultivation would have to listen to the orders of that person. As the Emperor of Fengdu spoke tirelessly, Yi Xian frowned and interrupted. You mean you want me to help you kill the Ghost Emperor of the North, Zhang Heng? No. The Emperor of Fengdu shook his head slowly. Hesitation flashed across his eyes as he looked at Yi Xian. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, although my cultivation is not as good as Zhang Heng's, the forces of the underworld are intricate and complicated. Even if he becomes the leader of the Ghost Emperors of the Five Directions, he's just a puppet like me. It's fine to give him this kind of empty title. I don't care about it. Then you mean? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He knew that things were definitely not that simple. All of you, leave. The Emperor of Fengdu did not continue speaking. Instead, he turned around and dismissed the people of the underworld. This also allowed the Ghost Immortal Judge and the others to stand up and leave. Obviously, what happened next was not something they could know. Looking at how cautious the Emperor of Fengdu was, Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Can you tell me now?" By an Lily. The Emperor of Fengdu's voice was extremely soft. If one listened carefully, they would notice that there was a trace of tremor in his voice. An Lily? Yi Xian was stunned. He muttered with a puzzled look in his eyes, "An Lily?" Although Yi Xian had never been to the underworld, he knew that the lily was unique to the underworld. This flower was also known as the flower of the underworld. It grew on both sides of the river of forgetfulness. It was not a treasure of heaven and earth. However, why did the Emperor of Fengdu have such a solemn expression? An lily blooms. The flower blooms on the other shore. The flower blooms without leaves. The leaf blooms without flowers. The flowers and leaves intertwine and never meet again. The Emperor of Fengdu muttered softly. His face was already flushed red. Even his body was trembling slightly. It was as if he had fallen into an indescribable state. It grows for 1,000 years. There are flowers but no leaves. There are leaves but no flowers. It has never changed since ancient times. The Emperor of Fengdu looked at Yi Xian with a flushed face. His voice was unusually low and solemn. This also made Yi Xian's expression change drastically. He suddenly remembered a legend about the lily of the lily. It made him stand up abruptly and stare at the Emperor of Fengdu. It was because what the Emperor of Fengdu was about to say next might be related to this legend. Chapter 840. Looks like you must have guessed something. The Emperor of Fengdu was not surprised by Yi Xian's shock. If Yi Xian was really calm, he would feel that something was wrong. Yi Xian enunciated each word clearly as he looked at Fengdu with his deep eyes. His voice was extremely low. Flowers and leaves grow together, and the red spider lily blooms. That's right. The Emperor of Fengdu nodded solemnly. His eyes were faintly red, and there was an uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. It was an old legend. The netherworld was born as a result of the reincarnation of all living things. The red spider lily was a flower of death, but it was also a flower of life. It was also a unique product of the netherworld, and there was nothing too strange about it. However, all living things had a cycle of life and death. The red spider lily also had a cycle of life and death. The flower and leaf would forever intertwine, and they would never bloom at the same time. However, there was nothing absolute in this world. Even though the red spider lily contained the cycle of life and death, there would still be a day when the flower and leaf would grow together. It was unknown when it started, but there was a legend in heaven and earth that when the red spider lily and leaf grew together, this red spider lily would allow one to comprehend the path of reincarnation of life and death. It could also allow one to become a saint. However, this legend was too illusory and seemed to be nonsense. After all, a legend was just a legend, and no one could prove it to be true. The reason why Yi Xian was so shocked was because there was a clear record in the Immortal scripture. If anyone could obtain the red spider lily and comprehend the path of reincarnation of life and death, they would be able to obtain a supreme creation. There were too many profound meanings in this world. Earth, water, fire, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, and even the most mysterious path of time and space. The two profound meanings of life and death were an extremely mysterious law. Although the power of life and death could not be compared to the power of time and space, the power of reincarnation of life and death could be said to be the strongest method apart from the power of time and space. Seeing through life and death was equivalent to truly grasping one's own eternity. Of course, Yi Xian did not take this legend seriously. What really moved him was that he faintly sensed that the red spider lily might be the catalyst for his third tribulation of the heavenly Tao. This was because every single tribulation of the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao was to put one's life on the line. Only by doing so could one survive the tribulation, and one's body would undergo tremendous changes. This red spider lily contained the pinnacle of life and death. It also faintly matched his current state. If he could obtain this item, the third tribulation of the heavenly Tao might have arisen because of this flower. Who has this flower? Yi Xian asked in a low voice. If there was one thing that Yi Xian cared about the most at this moment, it would definitely be his cultivation level. This had almost become his nightmare because only by passing through the third tribulation of the heavenly Tao would he have the qualifications to contend against the saints. Beside the river of forgetfulness, beneath the 3 lives stone. The Emperor of Fengdu's voice was extremely low. He paused for a moment before continuing, the red spider lily has 7 leaves and 7 petals. At this moment, only 3 petals have grown and are not yet ripe. However, the profound meaning of life and death has already spread out. It is also being watched by various important figures. When this flower matures, a great battle will be unavoidable. As for the Ghost Emperor of the North, Zhongheng, his cultivation level has long surpassed mine. He has even joined forces with the other 3 Ghost Emperors to snatch this flower. Just now, Registrar Wang was one of his people. However, I am alone, so I can only bear with Zhongheng for now. Although your cultivation level is Tongtian, I'm afraid the other party has already noticed that you have just killed Zhongheng's people. They will not let this matter rest, the Emperor of Fengdu said sincerely. You want me to help you snatch the red spider lily? Yi Xian's expression gradually calmed down. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. No, no, no. You have misunderstood. The Emperor of Fengdu hurriedly waved his hand and said, I know that my cultivation level is far inferior to yours. How would I dare to trouble you to snatch this item for me? I only want to form an alliance with you. This red spider lily has 7 leaves and 7 petals. I only need 3 leaves and 3 petals. The rest will naturally belong to you. What a joke. Suddenly, Yi Xian's voice turned cold. He looked at the Emperor of Fengdu and said, Fengdu, let's not talk about the internal strife among the Ghost Emperors of the 5 directions. Even if I had to choose, I would choose to form an alliance with Zhongheng. After all, his cultivation level and power surpass yours. Why do you think I should form an alliance with you? Moreover, don't forget that the Ghost Emperors of the 5 directions are not the only ones who covet the red spider lily. There are also Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva who oversees the 18 levels of hell, Nether River Patriarch in the Nether Blood Sea, Mengpa on the Bridge of Helplessness, and some quasi-sages hidden in the underworld. These people are not to be trifled with. Yi Xian sneered. Although he did not understand the situation in the underworld, he knew that although the Ghost Emperors of the 5 directions controlled the underworld, it was only limited to those below the quasi-sages. When these quasi-sages appeared, the Ghost Emperors of the 5 directions were nothing. Moreover, Yi Xian had met Netherworld Grandmother when he first entered the underworld. Although her cultivation level was not as high as Fengdu's, it could be seen that the underworld was not simple. As Yi Xian's words fell, the Emperor of Fengdu's expression changed slightly. He did not know how to persuade Yi Xian. Originally, although the Emperor of Fengdu coveted the red spider lily, he also knew that it was harder than ascending to heaven to snatch it. However, when Yi Xian appeared, he saw a glimmer of hope. As long as Yi Xian joined forces with him, there was at least a 30% chance of snatching the red spider lily. However, now that Yi Xian had sternly rejected him, the Emperor of Fengdu was extremely disappointed. However, since Brother Fengdu has told me such a secret, I will return the favor. If you and I can really snatch the red spider lily, I will not treat you unfairly. Just as the Emperor of Fengdu was in despair, Yi Xian's warm voice sounded out at the right time. This caused the Emperor of Fengdu to be stunned for a moment before an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face. He didn't expect Yi Xian to agree. Report. Suddenly, a series of footsteps came from outside the hall. A ghost general quickly entered the Fengdu hall. He cupped his hands at the Emperor of Fengdu and said, Reporting to your Majesty, the 4 Directions Ghost Emperor has sent an invitation card to invite Buddha Qingming to participate in the 1,000 Ghost Feast. Humph. Hearing the ghost general's report, the Emperor of Fengdu snorted coldly and said, They came really quickly. Send them away and say that Buddha Qingming is already staying in my Fengdu hall. I will naturally invite Buddha Qingming to participate in the so-called Ghost Feast. Yes, Your Majesty. The ghost general hurriedly turned and left. Only then did the Emperor of Fengdu put on a smiling face and looked at Yi Xian. His face was filled with flattery. "Brother, don't worry and stay here. Zhang Heng and the others are ambitious. They are enemies and not friends. It's fine if you don't go to the Ghost Feast," the Emperor of Fengdu said. "Ghost Feast?" Yi Xian muttered to himself. His eyes lit up slightly. Then, he looked at Fengdu and said, "If I remember correctly, the Ghost Feast is a grand event of the underworld. It opens once every 100,000 years and many important figures of the underworld will gather. I wonder if this is true." "That's right. The Feast of 1,000 Ghosts was originally a grand event in the underworld. However, it's different this time because of the birth of the red spider lily. However, the red spider lily will take another 10,000 years to mature. This Feast of 1,000 Ghosts is also a secret competition between the various forces," the Emperor of Fengdu said quickly. Chapter 841. When will the Feast of 1,000 Ghosts begin? Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. 3 years later, in my Fengdu city. At that time, not only will the ghost emperors of the 5 directions gather, but some quasi-saints will also be there if I'm not wrong, the Emperor of Fengdu said in a deep voice. "Alright, I'll be back here in 3 years. This woman will follow you for the time being. When I return, I hope nothing bad will happen to her." Yi Xian gave Yi Yaoyue an obscure look. This also made Yi Yaoyue want to say something, but when she saw Yi Xian slowly shaking his head, Yi Yaoyue swallowed her words. "Where are you going, fellow Taoist?" Seeing that Yi Xian had the intention to leave, the Emperor of Fengdu's expression changed slightly. He was deeply afraid that Yi Xian would leave or join forces with others. If that happened, wouldn't his efforts be in vain? "Don't worry, I'll be back in 3 years." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he strolled out of the hall. This also made the Emperor of Fengdu smile helplessly. Now that the initiative was in Yi Xian's hands, he couldn't stop Yi Xian and could only let him leave. The void rippled. Yi Xian strolled in the underworld. With every step he took, he was thousands of miles away. No one could discover his existence at all. After Yi Xian left Fengdu city, he followed the River of Forgetfulness all the way to the west. The River of Forgetfulness was too vast and boundless because it ran from east to west. It could be said that it ran through the entire underworld. It also faintly foretold the process of the dead souls from birth to death. The 18 levels of hell. It was a synonym for terror and gloom. It was extremely famous in the heaven, earth, and man realms because it suppressed fierce gods and malicious ghosts, as well as countless evil spirits and ghosts. A vast Een gate stood in the middle of a wasteland. 18 paths of Een light were connected to this gate. On the 18 paths of Een light, one could see the black and white impermanents waving their morning soul staffs as they escorted malicious ghosts into the gate. The 18 paths were connected to the 18 levels of hell, and each path led to a different level of hell. These souls were all ghosts who had done evil things in their previous lives. Only after being tortured in the 18 levels of hell could their resentment be erased, would they be able to step back into the 6 paths of reincarnation and be reincarnated. Tongue-ripping hell. This was also the first layer of the 18 layers of hell. Anyone who sowed discord, slandered others, had a glib tongue, argued with others with clever words, or lied to others, would be sent to the hell of having their tongues pulled out after death. The imp would pry open the mouth of the person who came, clamp the tongue with a pair of iron pliers, and pull it out. Not all at once, but rather long and slow. The cruelty of the punishment was indescribable. The second layer was the hell of scissors, the third layer was the hell of trees of iron, and the 18th layer was the hell of Avicii. The 18 levels of hell were notorious. Even if you were Daoyuo Jinxian, you would definitely not be able to withstand 18 types of torture in the 18 levels of hell. In addition to the cruel torture in the 18 levels of hell, there was also a Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. In the past, he had made a great vow to heaven and earth that he would not become a Buddha until hell was empty. For countless years, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had used the supreme Dharma to purge the fierce gods and malicious ghosts in the 18 levels of hell. However, his great vow to heaven and earth had never been fulfilled. He had always been a Bodhisattva, unable to become a Buddha. However, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's cultivation was at the level of a quasi-sage. Furthermore, he was in existence at the peak of the quasi-sage level. When Yi Xian stood in front of the entrance to the 18 levels of hell, he smiled and directly stepped into the first level of the hell of having his tongue pulled out. His entire person disappeared from the outside world. The spirits of the dead mourned and the malicious ghosts howled miserably. The 18 levels of hell were controlled by 18 magistrates. Each magistrate was different from the magistrates of the netherworld. This was because the magistrates in charge of the 18 levels of hell were all at the zenith heaven realm. In the first level of the hell of having one's tongue pulled out, countless malicious ghosts were being tortured. Ferocious and terrifying little ghosts were performing the punishment of having their tongues pulled out on the malicious ghosts and departed souls. Miserable screams could be heard from the hell of having one's tongue pulled out. Yi Xian escaped into the void. He walked slowly and did not feel anything from the hell of having one's tongue pulled out. He directly walked towards the second level of hell. This was because he did not come to the 18 levels of hell to sightsee. The second level, the third level, the fourth level, all the way to the 18th level. When Yi Xian appeared in the 18th level of the hell of Avicii, a Buddha's light quietly appeared in the distance. A white-robed monk sat cross-legged in the center of the hell of Avicii. The sound of chanting could be heard from his mouth. Rumble. The Buddha's light was resplendent as the souls of the dead were purified. This white-robed monk was Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. His mount was the spirit beast Diding. However, the man and beast did not notice Yi Xian's arrival. Although the 18 levels of hell were said to be 18, there were actually only 17 levels. At this moment, the hell of Avicii that Yi Xian was in could be said to be one of the forbidden grounds of the netherworld. This place was also the only way to reach the nether blood sea. That's right. Yi Xian entered the 18 levels of hell and headed towards the nether blood sea. This was because the primordial violet vapor was in the hands of the Nether River Patriarch. He was here to retrieve it. Amitabha. The heavens chanted as Buddha's light appeared. Yi Xian was also wearing a white monk's robe. He put his palms together and walked towards Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. This caused Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's expression to change. He suddenly looked towards Yi Xian. Disciple greets Uncle Master Qing Ming. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva put his palms together and bowed to Yi Xian. His expression gradually calmed down as if Yi Xian's arrival was within his expectations. You and I are both Buddhists. There's no need to care about these complicated formalities. Is the Nether River Patriarch still in the Nether Blood Sea? Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. Don't worry, Uncle Master Qing Ming. Saint Xuanti has already sealed the Nether Blood Sea. The Nether River Patriarch will definitely not be able to escape. However, does Uncle Master want to enter the Nether Blood Sea alone? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva frowned. I alone am enough. You just have to wait here. Yi Xian didn't speak too much with Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Instead, he directly walked forward with large strides. It was only because a Buddhist seal was sealing off a blood-colored door, and the sound of rolling waves could be heard from within. It was obvious that behind this door was the Nether Blood Sea, where Patriarch Nether River and his Azura clan were. Buzz! Yi Xian made a gesture with both hands and a Buddhist light shot into the door. The seal set by Xuanti instantly collapsed without a trace. At the same time, Yi Xian also stepped into the blood-colored door. As Yi Xian entered the Nether Blood Sea, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva frowned. He put his palms together and chanted a Buddhist name in a low voice, Diding, can you tell what this person's background is? Dharma form of 10,000 Buddhas. I can't see his true appearance. This person's cultivation level is much higher than yours. Moreover, the Buddhist light around him is extremely pure. Although I can hear the truth of all things, this person is shrouded in mystery. Diding shook its head and said, Amitabha. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva chanted a Buddhist name in a low voice, his brows tightly knitted together. Saint Xuanti told me to wait here for his arrival. If he fights the Nether River Patriarch, he even told me to help him. This person is not simple. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sighed. Chapter 842. As long as the Blood Sea did not dry up and Nether River did not die, in the three realms, only Nether River Patriarch was worthy of this title. Among the demi-saints, Nether River Patriarch was an extremely difficult existence to deal with. Even a saint would not have an easy time killing him. The Blood Sea overturned the sky, and the waves surged. The Nether Blood Sea was too vast, and the Asura clan lived in it. From time to time, strange laughter and roars could be heard echoing above the Blood Sea. Countless blood shadows could also be seen crisscrossing above the Blood Sea. Buzz. The air trembled as waves rippled out. Yi Xian took a step forward and appeared in the air above the sea of blood. Along with his appearance, countless terrifying ghosts appeared from all directions. They carried sinister and cruel roars as they pounced towards Yi Xian. Boom! The Buddhist Dharma was boundless, and light shone everywhere. Yi Xian put his palms together and chanted the Vajra Rebirth Sutra. Wherever the Buddhist Dharma passed, the ghosts turned into black smoke, and miserable howls could be heard from their mouths. Nether River. Yi Xian was indifferent. His eyes were deep as he looked into the depths of the Blood Sea, and he called out Nether River Patriarch's name. This caused the entire Nether Blood Sea to churn, and there was a great tremor at this moment. Darn Baldy, do you really think there is no one in the Nether Blood Sea? Swoosh! Swoosh! Call your master out, Yi Xian said with a smile. Darn Baldy, you think you can meet our master? Shiva! Shiva coldly scolded. The Yuan Tu and Ah by swords hummed as their killing intent locked onto Yi Xian. However, he didn't make a move against Yi Xian. Instead, his eyes were filled with seriousness. At this moment, the Nether Blood Sea could be said to be in a great crisis. Ever since Taoist Kundi came to ask for the primordial violet vapor from Nether River Patriarch also hid in the Nether Blood Sea and sped up the time to comprehend the primordial violet vapor. However, the entire Nether Blood Sea had been sealed by Xuanti. No one from the Asura race could escape. As Patriarch Nether River's disciple, Shiva was tasked with protecting the Nether Blood Sea. Today, someone from Buddhism had come again. Although he was not a saint, since he dared to come here alone, it was obvious that his cultivation was definitely not ordinary. He would definitely bring great danger to the Nether Blood Sea. Yi Xian's voice reverberated above the Nether Blood Sea, causing a great change in the Nether Blood Sea. Nether River, you must return what you borrow. This is karma. Even if I give you another 1,000,000 years, you will not be able to comprehend the Hongmeng violet qi. Whoosh, the Blood Sea overturned the sky as waves rolled. A huge wave rolled up tens of thousands of feet. Patriarch Nether River quietly appeared on the wave. The bloody light around him was slightly blooming. He was looking at Yi Xian with narrowed eyes. Master. Shiva bowed and retreated behind Patriarch Nether River Patriarch. I have lived since the primeval age and have never heard of someone like you in Buddhism. May I know who you are and how you are related to the two saints of the West? Patriarch Nether River Patriarch asked coldly. They had not seen each other for tens of thousands of years, but Patriarch Nether River Patriarch had not changed much. However, there was a hint of worry between his brows. It was as if he had been tormented day and night for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, he was even more careful when facing Yi Xian. Patriarch Nether River Patriarch was born from the Nether Blood Sea, which was formed from the tainted blood of great god Pangu. Speaking of which, Patriarch Nether River Patriarch could be considered to be born of Pangu's bloodline. Therefore, he knew all the ancient demi-saints. However, today, Yi Xian had transformed into Buddha Qing Ming, so he didn't recognize this person at all. Moreover, the thing that made Patriarch Nether River feel the most heavy was that the other party's cultivation actually far surpassed his, giving him an extremely strong sense of threat. My Dharma name is Qing Ming. I am the junior brother of the two saints of the West. I am here today to take back the primordial violet vapor. Yi Xian smiled. Humph. Patriarch Nether River Patriarch snorted coldly. Taoist friend, although your cultivation is far above mine, the primordial violet vapor is not with me. You had better go back from whence you came. Oh. Yi Xian smiled and looked at Patriarch Nether River Patriarch with a teasing look. Back then, Yi Xian lent you the primordial violet vapor. Now, you say that the primordial violet vapor is not with you. Isn't that a joke? Where did you hear this from? You've met Yi Xian. Patriarch Nether River Patriarch's expression changed abruptly. A glint of murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Clearly, Yi Xian had hit the nail on the head, which made him extremely shaken. Not only have I met him, he even asked me to come and ask for the primordial violet vapor on his behalf. I wonder if you will return it or not. Yi Xian smiled. Patriarch Nether River Patriarch's expression changed slightly. Then, he rolled his eyes and laughed wildly. Yi Tiandi and I are good friends. Back then, during the battle between the two celestial court, he was brought back to the western Pure Land by the two sages of the West. Now, a monk like you is using his name to say that the primordial violet vapor is with me. Isn't that the biggest joke? So, according to you, you're not going to return it? Yi Xian's smile disappeared, and Buddha's light surrounded him. This made Patriarch Nether River Patriarch laugh coldly. If Yi Xian comes here personally, I will naturally give him an explanation. Unfortunately, your Western sect wants to control me. You're just delusional. Kid, don't say that I didn't warn you. Even if your cultivation is higher than mine, so what? That Chuandi can't kill me. Unless you destroy the entire Nether Blood Sea, I'll see what your Western sect can do to me. Patriarch Nether River Patriarch had nothing left to lose. Since he was targeted by the two sages of the West, it was a foregone conclusion. The primordial violet vapor was his last hope. It would not be easy to get him to hand it over. Everyone says that Patriarch Nether River Patriarch's cultivation is like that of the Tong Tian and is extremely difficult to deal with among the sage-to-be. Today, I'll try and see if it's true. Amitabha. Yi Xian chanted the name of Buddha and attacked with the Buddha kingdom in his palm. Shadows of Buddhas crossed the sky above the Blood Sea and directly suppressed Patriarch Nether River. Little bald thief, how dare you? Being bullied was already a great loss of face for the Nether River ancestor. At this moment, Yi Xian was attacking him, not putting him, the Nether River ancestor, in his eyes at all. This also caused the three corpses of the Nether River to go berserk. They summoned the Yuan Tu and Avicii swords and directly slashed towards Yi Xian. Rumble. Yi Xian and Nether River Patriarch clashed violently with the Buddha kingdom in his palm and the two swords of slaughter. Immediately, the entire Nether Blood Sea churned violently and affected the 18 layers of hell, attracting the attention of many important figures in the underworld. The Nether Blood Sea was a forbidden area in the underworld, and it was also the territory of the Nether River Patriarch. The Nether River Patriarch was definitely one of the top figures in the underworld. When the Nether Blood Sea began to become chaotic, it was impossible not to attract the attention of various figures in the underworld. Chapter 843. What a Buddha Qing Ming. Styx is actually at a disadvantage. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva rode on the Truth Listener spirit beast and was watching the battle between Yi Xian and the Nether River from the 18th level of hell. When he saw Patriarch Nether River being beaten back by Yi Xian, a shocked voice came from his mouth. On the bridge of helplessness. Mengpa held an ancient mottled bowl in her hand as she scooped up Mengpo's soup to send the souls of the dead to reincarnate. Her pale and withered hair covered her face, but through her hair, she seemed to be staring at Yi Xian, who was fighting with Patriarch Nether River. Why would such a person appear in the world? Mengpa muttered to herself in a hoarse voice and shook her head slowly. He's beyond the sage to be, but not a saint. He's between a saint and a sage to be. Could his appearance be my calamity this time? Mengpa muttered to herself in a hoarse voice and let out a long sigh. She continued to send the souls on the bridge of helplessness to reincarnate. The 6 paths of reincarnation. A black, stalwart figure sat cross-legged in the void. The 6 paths of reincarnation rotated behind him. His figure was so illusory that no one could see what he looked like. The great calamity of heaven and earth and the collapse of reincarnation. I was born with the 6 paths of reincarnation and control the power of the 6 paths of law, but I can't see through his true form. Could it be that when the red spider lily blooms, my body in Tao will vanish? The black figure sighed. The nether blood sea. Yi Xian's palms suppressed the world and slapped Styx Patriarch 30,000 miles away. He had the upper hand and thousands of Buddhist lights appeared and swept toward Styx Patriarch. Kid, you've gone too far. Styx Patriarch's eyes were bloodshot. The Yuan Tu and Avicii swords protected his body. Tongtian's blood light surged like a tide and blasted toward Yi Xian violently. However, it couldn't cause any harm to Yi Xian. Styx Patriarch, you're too weak. Hand over the primordial violet vapor. Yi Xian's voice was calm. His Buddhist palms suppressed the nether blood sea. The Buddhist might rumbled and rolled, causing Styx Patriarch to grit his teeth. Stinking brat, even though I'm not your match, you're dreaming if you think you can suppress me. Although it was extremely embarrassing for the Nether River Patriarch to flee when he could not win, there was no other way. Moreover, it would not do him any good to keep tangling with Yi Xian. Boom! Patriarch Nether River transformed into a beam of bloody light and fell into the Nether Blood Sea. Yi Xian smiled. He transformed into a golden cloud and also entered the Nether Blood Sea. Clearly, he had no intention of letting Patriarch Nether River go. Swoosh! The Nether River Patriarch moved extremely quickly as if he had become one with the Nether Blood Sea, diving towards the bottom of the Blood Sea at an unimaginable speed. On the other hand, Yi Xian's body was shrouded in golden light as he followed behind the Nether River Patriarch. 6 hours later, the two appeared at the bottom of the Nether Blood Sea. Speak, who are you? Suddenly, the Nether River Patriarch's figure appeared. There was no longer any anger on his face. Instead, he looked back at Yi Xian with a puzzled expression. Nether River, it seems like you've guessed it. Yi Xian smiled. It really is you? The Nether River Patriarch exclaimed in shock. His eyes froze slightly as he looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. Buzz. The Buddhist light receded. Yi Xian's appearance gradually changed. After 3 breaths, he returned to his original appearance. He then smiled at the Nether River Patriarch. Nether River, it's been many years since we last met. You're still as scheming as ever. It really is you. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. When Yi Xian revealed his true appearance, the Nether River Patriarch laughed sinisterly as he strode towards Yi Xian. He studied Yi Xian from top to bottom as he clicked his tongue. I knew it. The Western sect has never heard of any Buddha Qing Ming. Yet, that Taoist Kundi came to me to ask for the primordial violet vapor. I knew you weren't dead yet. The Nether River Patriarch laughed sinisterly. Nether River, I was right about you. Your acting skills have deceived many people. Yi Xian smiled and nodded. So from the beginning to the end, the battle between him and Patriarch Nether River had only been an act. How can my tricks compare to yours? You escaped from the hands of the two sages of the Western sect and turned into the Buddha of Spirited Mountain. If I wasn't meticulous enough to notice that you didn't really fight with me, I wouldn't have thought that you were Yi Xian. The Nether River Patriarch sighed. The sages are spying on us. Naturally, we have to be careful. I told the two sages of the Western sect that the primordial violet vapor was in your hands to buy time for myself. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Yi Xian, don't blame me for what happened back then. Even if I led the Azura clan to stay and help you in the Celestial Court, the end result would still be the same. The Nether River Patriarch was slightly ashamed. There's no need to explain. I naturally understand the situation back then. I'm here today to take back the primordial violet vapor and to cooperate with you on some matters. Yi Xian said bluntly. The Nether River Patriarch looked hesitant when he mentioned the primordial violet vapor. However, when he saw Yi Xian's calm eyes, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He then forced a smile and said, Yi Tiandi, you're really good. You lent me the primordial violet vapor, but I couldn't comprehend its mystery. Instead, I was dragged into your trap. Nether River, after tens of thousands of years, you should have thought it through. If you could comprehend the primordial violet vapor, you would have found a way to become a saint. However, you're still a sage to be. This also proves that you're not destined to become a saint. Why don't you follow me and open up a path to become a Tongtian? Yi Xian said softly. Humph, you're too crafty. I'll return the primordial violet vapor to you. I don't want to owe you any more karma. As for you wanting me to cooperate with you, don't even think about it if there are no benefits. The Nether River Patriarch flipped his palm and threw the primordial violet vapor directly at Yi Xian. It was also taken into Yi Xian's Sumeru space. It was no wonder that the Nether River Patriarch had such an attitude. The primordial violet vapor had been in his hands for tens of thousands of years. However, it was useless to him. He couldn't even comprehend the primordial violet vapor's mystery, let alone become a saint. Moreover, he had helped Yi Xian in the battle against the ancient demon court. This had also caused him to offend two saints. Moreover, his Nether Blood Sea lineage was labeled as Yi Xian. It could be said that Nether River didn't get any benefits. Instead, he got into trouble. However, the Nether River Patriarch admired Yi Xian very much. He believed that Yi Xian could become a saint. This was also the reason why the Nether River Patriarch didn't turn hostile even though he was used by Yi Xian. When the red spider lily blooms, the flowers and leaves grow together. Do you know this? Yi Xian said calmly. What? The Nether River Patriarch exclaimed in shock when he heard Yi Xian's words. He suddenly looked at Yi Xian as if he couldn't believe his ears. The Nether River Patriarch paced anxiously and asked Yi Xian with a serious expression, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can there be a red spider lily in this world? Are you sure this is true? Looking at the Nether River Patriarch's serious expression, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, it seems that you know a lot about the red spider lily. Chapter 844. The red spider lily is the flower of the underworld, also known as the flower of death. When the flower blooms, there are no leaves, and when the leaf blooms, there are no flowers. Legend has it that if the flower and leaf bloom at the same time, this flower can make a person become a saint immediately because it contains the path of reincarnation. The Nether River Patriarch said in a low voice. He paused slightly and looked at Yi Xian before continuing, moreover, this legend might not be true because there has never been a red spider lily that blooms at the same time. Where did you get this information from? After hearing the Nether River Patriarch's words, Yi Xian slowly told him about his conversation with the Emperor of Fengdu. This also made the Nether River Patriarch fall into deep thought. Although the ghost emperors of the 5 directions are nominally in charge of the entire underworld, they are not the highest in the underworld. There are only a few people who are truly terrifying. The Emperor of Fengdu's words can't be fully trusted, the Nether River Patriarch said in a low voice. Mengpe? Yi Xian whispered. Yes, Mengpe. This person is not simple. The Nether River Patriarch nodded solemnly and then paced back and forth. Mengpe has appeared on the Bridge of Helplessness ever since the underworld was established. From the primordial age to the present, she has been sending the dead to reincarnate. Even I don't know where she came from. This person's origin can be said to be extremely mysterious. As expected. Yi Xian murmured with a strange look in his eyes. Could it be that you know this person's origin? Looking at the strange look that flashed across Yi Xian's face, the Nether River Patriarch was stunned and questioned. I'm not sure if it's her, but if she's really that person, why has she been staying in the underworld? What's her purpose? Yi Xian murmured. Looking at Yi Xian muttering to himself, the Nether River Patriarch was extremely helpless. He knew that Yi Xian must know something, but since he did not want to say it, he did not continue to ask. No matter what, the red spider lily is about to bloom. Regardless of whether this item can make one a saint, the law of life and death it contains cannot be wrong. This item is also of great use to me, so we should work together. Yi Xian's thoughts turned and he spoke to the Nether River Patriarch in a low voice. What benefits can you give me? The Nether River Patriarch asked bluntly. He looked at Yi Xian with a burning gaze. Benefits? Yi Xian smiled. His smile was very sinister, so sinister that the Nether River Patriarch was stunned on the spot. A bad feeling grew in his heart. Oh, Styx, do you know what kind of situation you're in right now? Yi Xian paced back and forth beside Styx Patriarch, the smile on his face widening. Yi Xian, what do you mean? The Nether River Patriarch's expression changed slightly as he looked at Yi Xian warily. Styx, it seems like you still don't understand what kind of situation you're in right now. Yi Xian pretended to sigh and said, the 2 sages of the West already know that the primordial violet vapor is in your hands. Back then, when you helped me fight the ancient demon court, you offended Nuwa and Yuanshi. Even if you hide in the Nether Blood Sea and don't come out, you will face the wrath of the saints sooner or later. And don't forget that the so-called Blood Sea will not dry up and the Nether River will not die. This is just a saying. It's not that the saints can't kill you. It's just that doing so will cause too much of a commotion. And this is just one of the reasons. If my identity is exposed, the 2 sages of the West will be the first to not let you off. At that time, not only will you die, but your Azura clan will also disappear, Yi Xian said tirelessly. Are you threatening me? The Nether River Patriarch's expression was as gloomy as water. He looked at Yi Xian hatefully. Yi Xian slowly waved his hand and said, No, no, no. Why haven't you thought it through, Nether River? You will never be able to step into the saint realm. Your only hope is me. As long as I can become a saint, the 6 great saints will naturally not dare to do anything to you. Moreover, don't forget that if I become a saint and join forces with the Tong Tian, other than Hong Jun, who in the 3 realms will not act according to our wishes? Yi Xian said with a smile. Yi Xian, it seems like you have me under your control. The Nether River Patriarch said angrily, but his words were filled with helplessness. It was also at this moment that the Nether River Patriarch suddenly came to his senses. It turned out that when Yi Xian lent him the primordial violet vapor, he had fallen into his trap. It would be fine if he could become a saint with the primordial violet vapor, but he did not have the opportunity to become a saint. Now that he was in a dilemma, he could only follow Yi Xian to the end. Nether River, you are a smart person. You should know what to do, Yi Xian said solemnly. What do you want me to do? The Nether River Patriarch sighed. He knew that he could only choose to cooperate with Yi Xian. There was no other way. You are the Nether River Patriarch, the ruler of the Azura clan, and a big shot in the underworld. I need you to accompany me to the Ghost Feast and find out all the hidden threats in the underworld. Moreover, I must obtain the Red Spider Lily, Yi Xian said in a deep voice. I have already told you that the legend of the Red Spider Lily is fake. No one can prove the use of this flower. Now that you have taken back the primordial violet vapor, you can definitely become a saint through virtue if you focus on comprehending the primordial violet vapor. Why do you still covet the Red Spider Lily? The Nether River Patriarch frowned and said. Become a saint through virtue? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and his expression was slightly gloomy. Yi Xian would not tell the Nether River Patriarch that if he wanted to become a saint through virtue, he could do it now. As long as he drew the primordial violet vapor into his body and refined the five-colored divine stone to patch up the sky, he would immediately become the seventh saint. Become a saint. This was a great temptation for Yi Xian. However, what he wanted was not to become a saint through virtue, but to prove his Tao through strength and become the saint of all saints. Becoming a saint through virtue would only be his last resort. He would never choose this path unless he had no other choice. Yi Xian, I have to remind you that the forces in the underworld are complicated. Mengpe is only one of them. There is another person you must pay attention to, the Nether River Patriarch said while Yi Xian was deep in thought. This made Yi Xian look up. Who? The last of the 10 kings of hell, the king of Chakravarti. The Nether River Patriarch said solemnly. The king of Chakravarti. Yi Xian frowned. It was not that he was unfamiliar with this name. However, the 10 kings of hell were merely Daoyuo Jinxian's cultivation base. Could the king of Chakravarti be different from the other 9 kings of hell? The other 9 kings of hell are merely Daoyuo Jinxian and have to listen to the orders of the ghost emperors of 5 directions. However, the king of Chakravarti is different. He has been guarding the 6 paths of reincarnation since ancient times and no one has ever seen him in action. He is as mysterious as Mengpe. Moreover, I suspect that he is closely related to Mengpe, the Nether River Patriarch said solemnly. Things are getting more and more interesting. Yi Xian muttered to himself. What happened next was very simple. In the unholy blood sea, the Nether River Patriarch and Yi Xian talked for 3 days and 3 nights and explained the situation of the underworld to Yi Xian. Chapter 845. When the 4th day arrived, Yi Xian and Patriarch Nether River also walked out of the Nether Blood Sea. Endless blood shadows surrounded Yi Xian. Stand down, Patriarch Nether River berated, causing the blood shadows to disperse. Master. Shiva rushed over and bowed to Patriarch Nether River. When he saw Yi Xian, his eyes were filled with confusion. Daoist Qin Ming has already buried the hatchet with me. There's no need for you to meet on the battlefield, Patriarch Nether River said. Amitabha. Suddenly, a merciful Buddhist chant sounded out. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva rode on Truth Listener and walked towards Yi Xian and Yi Xian. A Buddhist light rose behind him as he looked at the two of them with a smile. Uncle Master Qin Ming is indeed powerful. Even Nether River has submitted to you. I'm impressed. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva smiled, but his expression was strange. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, do you have a death wish? Patriarch Nether River said coldly. Unfortunately, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva did not look at Nether River. Although his cultivation was inferior to Nether River's, Nether River could not do anything to him. At that moment, the one who made him feel heavy was Yi Xian in front of him. He had never heard of the Western sect having a Buddha Qin Ming. The 2 Western sages thought so highly of this person. Today, Buddha Qin Ming seemed to have subdued Patriarch Nether River. It was simply a fantasy. Furthermore, the the red spider lily was about to bloom. At such a critical moment, Yi Xian's arrival would be a huge variable. Xidagarba, guard the 18 levels of hell well. Do your job well. The rest has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. A threat. It was a blatant threat. When Yi Xian made such a threat, Xidagarba Bodhisattva's expression changed slightly. Then, he smiled and slowly retreated on Diding. Seeing Xidagarba Bodhisattva leave with a smile, Patriarch Nether River secretly sent a voice transmission to Yi Xian. You should kill him. He already suspects your identity. If I kill him now, my identity will be exposed. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and took a step forward, disappearing into the Netherblood Sea. The Nether River Patriarch followed closely behind Yi Xian. Fengdu City. The Emperor of Fengdu was restless as he paced back and forth in the hall. There were still 3 days before the start of the Thousand Ghost Feast, but he still hadn't seen Yi Xian return. This made him extremely frustrated. Whine. The void flickered, and ripples spread out. 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of the Emperor of Fengdu. This caused his expression to change drastically. Gloomy light surged around him as he looked at the newcomers vigilantly. Taoist Qing Ming. The Emperor of Fengdu was pleasantly surprised when he saw the person's appearance. He wanted to take a step forward, but he saw the Nether River Patriarch smiling at him mockingly. This made him stop in his tracks, and his expression changed drastically. Nether River Patriarch. You. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? The Nether River Patriarch smiled mockingly. Alright, Nether River is already one of us. With the 2 of us overseeing the Thousand Ghost Feast for you, you can rest assured. Even the Ghost Emperor of the North, Zhongheng, has to act according to your whims, Yi Xian said calmly. Thank you for your help, Taoist. The Emperor of Fengdu forced a smile, but there was an extremely complicated look in his eyes. You have to remember that the 2 of us can help you regain control of the Netherworld, but in exchange, you have to do something for us, Yi Xian said solemnly. I will keep your words in mind. The Emperor of Fengdu bowed and lowered his posture to an extremely low level. Crystal clear water pavilion. There was a small bridge over flowing water. Flowers bloomed, and dark green vegetation covered the ground. Yi Yaoyue fiddled with the flowers in her hands out of boredom. Her expression was slightly melancholic, and no one knew what she was thinking about. Is he really Big Brother? Yi Yaoyue muttered to herself. Her eyes were extremely perplexed. Thud. 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 The sound of footsteps could be heard quietly, and Yi Yaoyue suddenly woke up. Her expression changed slightly as she looked toward the source of the sound. Who is it? Your soul is solid, and your spiritual energy is abundant. It seems that Fengdu is treating you well. I can be relieved. Yi Xian walked over with a smile on his face. Yi Xian's appearance made Yi Yaoyue's expression complicated. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed her words. She just stared at Yi Xian, as if waiting for an answer. Buzz. When Yi Xian sealed the world and made sure that no one could peek inside, his body became illusory. After 3 breaths, he returned to his original appearance. Big Brother. It's really you. Yi Yaoyue covered her mouth as if she couldn't believe her eyes. A line of tears slowly flowed out. Girl, you have guts. You clearly know that the celestial court is filled with calamities, yet you still dared to sneak out. If you hadn't met me, you would have been consigned to eternal damnation, Yi Xian said sternly. Big Brother. Little sister knows her mistake. Yi Yaoyue's eyes were filled with tears as she weakly apologized to Yi Xian. However, the joy in her eyes couldn't be concealed. She even hugged Yi Xian's waist tightly and cried tears of joy. Ai. Yi Xian helplessly sighed. He pushed Yi Yaoyue away and said, "Tell big brother, how is the celestial court now?" Hearing Yi Xian's words, Yi Yaoyue hurriedly wiped away the tears in her eyes. Then, she slowly described the current situation of the celestial court. In the past, the two celestial courts fought. Both sides suffered great losses. The two sages of the west took Yi Xian away. The 33-layered celestial court lost its pillar of support. Under the leadership of the Empyrean Fairy and the three quasi-sages, they also went into hiding. After all, Nuwa and Yuancher wanted to kill Yi Xian. The 33-layered celestial court naturally bore the brunt of the attack. Fortunately, with the protection of the Tong Tian, the 33-layered celestial court managed to survive. At this moment, they were hiding in the ruins of Mount Buzhou to recuperate. Kong Xian, Taishan Laojun, and Kun Peng were all in seclusion to heal their injuries. The Empyrean Fairy reformed the celestial court and also led the celestial court members in seclusion to cultivate Mount Buzhou. Hearing Yi Yaoyue's description, Yi Xian was startled. Mount Buzhou had long ceased to exist. In the past, the two grand shamans knocked down Mount Buzhou in a battle and caused the vault of heaven to collapse. That was how the legend of Nuwa patching up the sky came about. Yes, it's Mount Buzhou. Sister Empyrean Fairy led us to it. Moreover, we hid in the collapsed Mount Buzhou. Otherwise, the celestial court would have been reduced to stray dogs. Yi Yaoyue paused for a moment as if she wanted to say something. However, she looked at Yi Xian and finally swallowed her words. However, Yi Xian was very experienced. How could he not see that Yi Yaoyue was hiding something? "Yaoyue, what happened?" Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. "Wah!" Yi Yaoyue suddenly burst into tears. She could no longer control her emotions and said, "But when we settled down in Mount Buzhou, Nuwa's stately painting suddenly appeared and sealed off the celestial court. The stately painting refined the 33 celestial court day and night, wanting to turn the celestial court into ashes in one fell swoop. Sister Empyrean Fairy led the demon kings and immortals to operate the great formation of absolute chaos and forcefully created a gap. Only then was I able to escape from the celestial court. She hoped that I could find the Tong Tian to rescue me, but I..." Yi Yaoyue could not continue. Clearly, the subsequent events were very clear. As soon as Yi Yaoyue appeared in the three realms, her physical body was destroyed by Daluo Jingxian of the Chanism. Her soul even came to the underworld. That was how she met Yi Xian. Chapter 846. Nuwa. Yi Xian's eyes were like thunder and lightning. The blue veins on his forehead bulged horribly. Wisps of terrifying evil spirit pervaded the air, and his face was ferocious and distorted. "Big brother." Seeing that Yi Xian's state was not right, Yi Yaoyue anxiously called out. This also made Yi Xian gradually calm down. His expression returned to normal, but his eyes were as gloomy as water, vaguely revealing a gloomy killing intent. The mountain river map is Nuwa's primordial spiritual treasure. In her hands, it has the power to destroy mountains, rivers, and the void. At the moment, the three sages-to-be have not recovered from their injuries. With only Mystic Fairy leading the troops of the Celestial Court, they won't be able to hold on for long, Yi Xian said coldly in a low voice, and his expression became increasingly gloomy. Big brother, now we can only rush to the Aquamarine Palace and ask Tong Tian to come out. Otherwise, Sister Mystic Fairy and the others will definitely suffer. If we are late. Yi Yaoyue choked out. Thinking of the crisis of the Celestial Court, she could not continue speaking. Don't be impatient. Yi Xian said coldly. He paced back and forth. After a full 10 breaths of time, he suddenly looked back at Yi Yaoyue and said, Nuwa did not directly attack. Instead, she used the mountain river map to refine the Celestial Court. Even if we find Tong Tian, he can only solve the problem temporarily. After Tong Tian leaves, Niuhua will still not let the celestial court go. What should we do? Yi Yaoyue said with a pale face. It's better to rely on oneself than on others. If we want to solve the real crisis of the celestial court, Niuhua must die. Yi Xian's words were full of killing intent. It was the desire to kill a saint, and also the determination to kill Niuhua. How is this possible? Yi Yaoyue's expression changed greatly. She felt that Yi Xian's words were a fantasy. Since the beginning of the world, she had never heard of a saint falling. This was simply impossible. Everyone below the saints were ants. The saints were indestructible, immortal, and lived as long as the heavens and the earth. Even though they were all saints and had different levels of cultivation, they were still unable to truly kill another saint. Nothing is impossible in this world. There are only things you want to do and don't want to do. Once I pass through the third tribulation of the heavenly Tao, I will definitely take the life of that Niuhua bitch. Yi Xian muttered coldly. This also caused Yi Yaoyue to stare blankly. She never thought that this sworn brother of hers would actually have such great ambitions, wanting to kill a saint. But now the celestial court has been refined by the stately painting. The situation now is urgent. What should we do? Yi Yaoyue said worriedly. Don't worry. The formation of absolute chaos is one of the four ultimate formations of heaven and earth. It has unfathomable power. Although the stately painting is terrifying, as long as Niuhua does not personally take action, the Empyrean mystic fairy and the others will not be in danger for the time being. Yi Xian paused for a moment. His eyes were gloomy as he continued, if Niuhua really takes action, the saints will definitely sense it. Tong Tian will know immediately. For my sake, he will not sit idly by. Yaoyue. Big brother. Buzz. The stars moved and the universe changed. Yi Xian waved his hand and 3 golden elixirs appeared in his hand. He then handed them to Yi Yaoyue and said, these 3,000 Buddha golden elixirs are the most precious treasures of the 2 old bald donkeys of the 2 saints of the West. Take these 3,000 Buddha golden elixirs back to the celestial court and give them to Kong Xian and the others. They will definitely recover from their injuries. This will also alleviate the current crisis of the celestial court. Big brother, what about you? Yi Yaoyue took the 1,000 Buddha golden elixirs and looked at Yi Xian worriedly. Obviously, she hoped that Yi Xian would return to the celestial court with her. Yi Xian could completely sense Yi Yaoyue's thoughts. He looked up at the sky and whispered, now is not the time for me to return. Even if I return to the celestial court with you, it will only be repeating the same mistakes. Once I pass the third tribulation of the heavenly Tao, I will return to the celestial court. That day will not be too far away. I will definitely look for Niuhua and the others to settle the grudges of the past. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Yi Yaoyue was stunned. She did not know what the third tribulation of the heavenly Tao was, but she could tell that Yi Xian was currently in a shackle. As long as he could cross this shackle, her big brother would not need to fear the saints. Big brother, my physical body is no longer here. Only my soul is left. Yi Yaoyue whispered in shame. It's okay. It's just a small matter for me to condense a physical body. I will condense a physical body for you, break open the passageway between the netherworld and the earthly immortal realm, and send you directly back to the Yang realm. Yi Xian smiled. With his current cultivation as a semi-sage, it would be a piece of cake for him to reconstruct Yi Yaoyue's physical body. Thank you, big brother. Yi Yaoyue's worry disappeared and was replaced by joy. On this day, the chilly wind howled angrily and the wind and clouds changed. An extremely terrifying spiritual qi soared into the sky, accompanied by the sound of thunder and the howling of the wind. The terrifying aura that spread out shocked the gods and ghosts, and also caused a great disturbance in the netherworld. Open. Tong Tian moved the earth and the two realms broke open. A whirlpool portal opened in the void. It was the portal from the netherworld to the earthly immortal realm. Yi Xian was like the brightest star in the world, standing in the void with both hands. Beside him was Yi Yaoyue, who had just condensed a physical body. Yaoyue, I used the 9 underworlds water and the heavenly sun divine fire to condense a physical body for you. I also forcibly raised your cultivation to the 3rd watershed of the zenith heaven realm. As long as you don't encounter sage-to-be figures, you should be able to protect yourself. Yi Xian said coldly. Thank you, big brother. Yi Yaoyue bowed. Remember what I said. Unless I reappear in the world, you must never leave the celestial court without permission. Yi Xian warned. Big brother, little sister understands. Little sister and sister Empyrean maiden will wait for big brother's return. Yi Yaoyue bowed 3 times. A golden cloud rose beneath her feet. She turned into a streak of light and shot towards the whirlpool portal. Clearly, she could return to the earthly immortal realm as long as she passed through this portal. Rumble. Suddenly, the world shook. The 6 paths of reincarnation revolved. Just as Yi Yaoyue was about to enter the whirlpool portal, the 6 paths of law came crashing down. It actually wanted to shatter the portal to the earthly immortal realm. Clearly, Yi Yaoyue was already dead. However, she was resurrected by Yi Xian. At this moment, she wanted to return to the world of the living. This had already violated the laws of reincarnation and caused the 6 paths of law to come crashing down on her. Big brother. Yi Yaoyue cried out in alarm when she encountered such a shocking change. It was because the 6 paths of law were too terrifying. Even though her cultivation had been forcibly raised to the 3rd watershed of the zenith heaven realm by Yi Xian, she had no power to resist the 6 paths of law. How presumptuous! It was like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens. It was like the universe was collapsing. Yi Xian frowned as an explosive shout came from his mouth. He didn't seem to have made any movements. He merely slapped out with a simple flip of his palm, and the 6 paths of law were destroyed with a bang. Fellow Taoist, reversing the life and death of this person has violated the laws of reincarnation. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavenly Tao? The world shook as a voice resounded. The 6 paths of reincarnation rumbled and circulated in the depths of the underworld. The black figure that sat cross-legged before the 6 paths of reincarnation slowly stood up and spoke to Yi Xian through the boundless space. Chapter 847. My words are the law, my actions are the law, my will is the will of the heavens, and my heart is the will of the heavens. So what if the heavenly axiom condemns me? Yi Xian said coldly. He looked up at the 6 paths of reincarnation. His pair of Dharma eyes shone through the endless illusions, and a power that could destroy the heavens and the universe suddenly erupted. If you're not convinced, you can stop her from leaving. Do you dare? Yi Xian said coldly. He did not give this person any face at all, and his words were filled with killing intent. Time seemed to have stopped, and space seemed to have frozen. When Yi Xian finished speaking, the 6 paths of reincarnation that filled the sky and earth stagnated. The black figure standing in front of the 6 paths of reincarnation with his hands behind his back even held his breath. Mengpe, don't you want to say something? After a full 3 breaths, the black figure spoke in a low voice and looked in the direction of the bridge of helplessness. Let her go. Mengpe held the mottled ancient bowl in her hand. She was still feeding the soul Mengpe soup, but her hunched figure paused slightly as if she hesitated for a moment. However, she finally calmed down and gave the black figure an answer. All right, since even you, Mengpe, don't dare to meddle in his business, then why should I, Zhuanluan, be the bad guy? The black figure's palm and fingers swept through the sky, and the 6 paths of reincarnation between heaven and earth disappeared. He sat cross-legged in front of the 6 paths of reincarnation again and did not move at all. Go. Yi Xian had his hands behind his back, and his voice was hoarse and low. This also made Yi Yaoyuan nod heavily, and finally enter the vortex door to return to the world of the living. Buzz. The vortex door closed, and heaven and earth returned to normal. A smile appeared on Yi Xian's lips, but his eyes were still extremely gloomy, and there was a faint sense of urgency. Yi Xian had told Yi Yaoyue that the celestial court would not be in too much danger for the time being as long as Niwa did not personally intervene. He had even given Yi Yaoyue 3,000 Buddha golden pills, which were enough for the 3 quasi-saints to recover from their injuries. It was better to be safe than sorry. If Niwa really attacked the celestial court, how could the celestial court resist? Time. Yi Xian knew that he needed time. Time that would allow him to pass the 3rd tribulation of the heavenly Tao. Only by passing the 3rd tribulation of the heavenly Tao would he be qualified to challenge a sage. Fellow Taoist, you possess remarkable abilities. Although you seem to be a Buddhist, you don't have any Buddhist thoughts in your heart. Although I don't know who fellow Taoist is, I hope that fellow Taoist can leave the underworld and not participate in the disputes of the underworld. This way, the 3 realms can be restored to stability. On the bridge of helplessness, Meng Po's posture was humble. She spoke to Yi Xian across the endless void. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's Dharma eyes only glanced at Meng Po indifferently. Then, he flung his sleeves and strode away. He had no intention of speaking to Meng Po at all. It seems that he really is my great tribulation. On the bridge of helplessness, the water of the yellow springs surged endlessly under the bridge. The turbid spring water seemed to be able to swallow all living things. Meng Po stood on the bridge with a sorrowful aura and let out a long sigh. The Feast of 10,000 Ghosts was an extremely grand event in the underworld. Countless important figures of the underworld would personally attend. It was said that they would discuss the future development of the underworld, but in reality, it was just a division of benefits. Fengdu City. The 4 city gates were wide open, and the Yin soldiers and ghost generals were on alert. From time to time, rays of Yin light could be seen crisscrossing the void in all directions. Each ray of Yin light was filled with a terrifying aura. Clearly, they were all important figures of the underworld. Roar! Yin dragons roared angrily. Ghost chariots streaked across the sky. There was even a ghost king's jade chariot technique that rode across the sky. There was also a ghost sage that stepped across the sky. Heaven and earth were filled with dense ghost fog. The ripples that shook the void caused ripples to rise, making Fengdu City appear even more like an illusion. The Underworld Dojo was the hinterland of Fengdu City. It covered an area of tens of thousands of miles. It was also the place where the Feast of 10,000 Ghosts was held. Rows of black jade tables were arranged in all directions. The tables were filled with spirit fruits and Yin wine. There were even ghost ladies dancing gracefully. There was also the sound of zither and zither playing in harmony in the Underworld Dojo. At the center of the main seat, the Emperor of Fengdu sat high above. He wore an imperial crown on his head and a Yin dragon robe, showing the majesty of a ghost emperor. On his left and right were civil and military judges and a large number of Yin soldiers and ghost generals. Yi Xian and the Nether River Patriarch sat at the side. They raised their cups of wine from time to time and slowly drank. "My friend, what do you think of our underworld's fine wine?" The Nether River Patriarch put down his wine cup and asked Yi Xian with a smile. Yi Xian smiled and finished the wine in his cup in one gulp. He exhaled a breath of cold air and said, "There's too much Yin qi, but the spirit qi is not pure. Although the taste is good, it's only a low-grade wine. My 2 friends, after the Feast of 10,000 Ghosts, I will definitely treat you too well. It's better not to drink wine today." The Emperor of Fengdu reminded in a low voice. "It's fine. There are not many people in the underworld who can catch my eye. You can rest assured. The Nether River Patriarch smiled coldly. The 10 kings of hell have arrived. Suddenly, the Een soldiers at the door shouted. 9 streaks of Een light streaked across the sky in the distance. There was even the sound of Een dragons roaring in the sky. Greetings, Your Majesty. The void flickered as Een light filled the sky. The 9 kings of hell quietly appeared in the feast of 10,000 ghosts. They first greeted the Emperor of Fengdu before looking around. However, when they saw Yi Xian and the Nether River Patriarch, the 9 kings of hell stopped breathing. Their eyes were filled with shock. The 9 kings of hell did not know Yi Xian, but they knew the Nether River Patriarch. They never thought that the Nether River Patriarch, who had not appeared in the underworld for a long time, would actually participate in this feast of 10,000 ghosts. Greetings, Senior Nether River. Greetings, Senior Nether River. The 9 kings of hell did not dare to be negligent. They quickly greeted the Nether River Patriarch. However, when they saw Yi Xian and the Nether River Patriarch sitting on equal footing, they turned their eyes and bowed to Yi Xian. They did not lose their manners. Obviously, the 9 kings of hell were smart people. Someone who could sit together with the Nether River Patriarch was definitely not an ordinary person. Naturally, they could not afford to offend him. Take your seats. The Emperor of Fengdu spoke majestically. The 9 kings of hell smiled flatteringly and took their seats in the feast of 10,000 ghosts. However, the 9 of them had different expressions. Their eyes flashed with surprise and doubt. Then, they became silent. The atmosphere was slightly strange. In fact, since the beginning of the calamity, countless dead souls had poured into the underworld. With the Ghost Emperor of the North, Zhang Heng, as the leader, he had already controlled the entire underworld. The 9 kings of hell were naturally no exception. To put it bluntly, the Ghost Emperor of the North, Zhang Heng, wanted to completely control the ghost regions of the 5 directions today. He wanted to announce that he was the true master of the underworld. Then, he would gather all forces to seize the red spider lily that was about to bloom. The 9 kings of hell knew about this. However, the appearance of the Nether River Patriarch and Yi Xian today made the feast of 10,000 ghosts a little strange. Ghost King Sun Luo has arrived. Ghost Mother Yiksha has arrived. Nine-Eyed Ghost Child has arrived. As time passed, the Een soldiers at the door kept shouting loudly. A large number of people from the underworld had arrived at the feast of 10,000 ghosts. However, when these people entered the feast of 10,000 ghosts, they all felt that the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Everyone was silent as they took their seats. However, there was not a single sound coming from the dense crowd. This made the atmosphere of the feast of 10,000 ghosts even more strange and heavy. Chapter 848. More and more people came to the feast of 1,000 ghosts, but without exception, when they saw the Nether River Patriarch's arrival, they all looked surprised and doubtful. Looks like you have quite the reputation in the underworld. Yi Xian took a sip of the fine wine in his cup and secretly teased the Nether River Patriarch. Ha! The Nether River Patriarch sneered and transmitted his voice, no matter how great my reputation is, it's not as great as yours. If you reveal your true self, I'm afraid there will be great turmoil in the underworld. The Ghost Emperor of the 4 directions has arrived. Suddenly, a trembling voice was heard from the Nether soldier at the door. At the same time, Tong Tian light shone from the 4 directions, and 4 black ancient chariots came across the sky. Ha! A coarse laugh was heard as 4 people walked out of the 4 black ancient chariots. The one in the lead wore an imperial crown and a robe embroidered with Een dragons. His cheeks seemed to have been carved by a knife, and his eyes were dark and bright. His black hair was scattered behind his head, and he looked like a young man in his 20s. At this moment, he was strolling in the void toward the feast of 1,000 ghosts. This person was the Ghost Emperor of the North, Zhongheng, and also the Emperor of Fengdu's greatest worry. The three Ghost Emperors behind Zhongheng were all demi-saints. Even the Ghost Emperor of the East, Shen Tu, who had participated in the Nuwa Grand Gathering with Yi Xian in the past, had broken through the peak of Grand Heavenly Realm and stepped into Demi-Saint Realm. Greetings, Ghost Emperor of the Four Directions. Greetings, Your Majesties. The old minister greets you. Please accept our greetings, Ghost Emperor. When Zhongheng and the other three entered the Feast of 1,000 Ghosts, the people of the underworld all stood up and bowed humbly to Zhongheng and the other three with flattering looks on their faces. It was no wonder that the people of the underworld were so humble. At this moment, the 5 ghost regions were secretly controlled by Zhongheng, and even the Emperor of Fengdu had become a puppet. If the Emperor of Fengdu was not a demi-saint and had the Book of Heaven and Earth, he would have lost his position as Ghost Emperor long ago. Fengdu, why don't you introduce these two fellow Taoists to us? Zhongheng strode towards the main seat in the center with the 3 Ghost Emperors following behind him. When the 4 of them arrived at the seat below the Emperor of Fengdu, Zhongheng first smiled and nodded at Yi Xian and Mingyi before looking at the Emperor of Fengdu with a cold expression. Zhongheng, are you talking to me? As the saying went, even a man made of mud would have a temper. Moreover, the Emperor of Fengdu was the Lord of the Underworld in name. Now that the various figures of the underworld were gathered here, how could the Emperor of Fengdu not be embarrassed by Zhongheng's contempt? Nonsense, of course I'm talking to you. Could it be that this banquet isn't hosted by your Fengdu? Zhongheng was fearless as the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. Bang! The great Emperor of Fengdu slammed the table and stood up. Terrifying dark light rumbled and tossed about, causing the heaven and earth in all directions to tremble to the extreme. His eyes revealed supreme murderous intent as he stared coldly at Zhongheng and said, Zhongheng, since you know that I'm the master of Fengdu and the one who called for this feast, then you have to abide by my rules. This is not a place for you to be impudent. Impudent? Zhongheng sneered and said, Fengdu, you're already old and defeated by me. If it wasn't for the Book of Life and Death that saved your life back then, would you still be alive to talk to me now? You. The Emperor of Fengdu was furious, and his face was already extremely red. As the saying went, don't hit someone's face when you hit someone, and don't expose someone's shortcomings when scolding someone. Being humiliated by Zhongheng in front of the various figures of the underworld had already made the Emperor of Fengdu extremely embarrassed and angry. At this moment, Yi Xian was tasting the wine in his cup and had a leisurely feeling. However, he looked at Zhongheng doubtfully because he realized that Zhongheng's cultivation was only slightly stronger than the Emperor of Fengdu. Why was Fengdu so afraid of him? Mingyi, this Zhongheng's cultivation is only a so-so. Could it be that he has some remarkable divine ability? Yi Xian asked in a low voice. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Ancestor Mingyi said softly, this Zhongheng's cultivation was originally below Fengdu, and even among the ghost emperors of the 5 directions, he was at the bottom. However, tens of thousands of years ago, this person obtained some kind of treasure that not only allowed him to enter the ranks of the quasi-saint, but his cultivation has also surpassed Fengdu. Now that this person's power has been established, and the ghost regions of the 5 directions are all under his control. Naturally, he doesn't have to be polite to Fengdu. If you and I weren't here today, and this Zhongheng couldn't see the situation, I'm afraid he would have already attacked Fengdu, Ancestor Mingyi said tirelessly. Hearing Ancestor Mingyi's answer, Yi Xian nodded slightly. After all, the path of cultivation wasn't just about hard work. Everyone had their own opportunities, and once the opportunity arrived, they would naturally advance by leaps and bounds. This wasn't surprising. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Suddenly, Zhongheng ignored the great Emperor of Fengdu and strolled toward Yi Xian and Mingyi. When he arrived in front of the two, he first cupped his hands and bowed to Mingyi. Ancestor, you're considered Zhongheng Senior. May I know why you're here today? Haha. Ancestor Mingi laughed, and his expression was slightly unfathomable. He said, I heard that the red spider lily is about to bloom, so Fengdu invited you here. Naturally, I'm prepared to see this red spider lily that grows together with its flowers and leaves. As Ancestor Mingi's words fell, Zhang Heng's expression changed slightly. He abruptly turned to look at Fengdu, and an extremely terrifying murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Although Zhang Heng had guessed that Fengdu would tell this secret to Nether River Patriarch, hearing it from Nether River Patriarch's mouth still made his heart sink and he felt a heavy pressure. The blooming of the red spider lily was a great secret, and only a few important figures in the underworld knew about it. If one more person knew about it, there would be one more variable. Ancestor Mingi relied on the netherworld blood sea and could be said to be immortal. If he also wanted to snatch this item, the ownership of the red spider lily would be even more unpredictable. Haha. Suddenly, Zhang Heng put on a fake smile and finally looked up at Yi Xian. He said, this must be fellow Taoist Qing Ming, right? Could it be that you're here for the red spider lily too? Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not seem to hear Zhang Heng's words. Instead, he was minding his own business and sipping the fine wine in his cup. This also made Zhang Heng hold his breath, and his expression instantly turned gloomy. Fellow Taoist, I'm asking you a question. Could it be that you look down on me? Zhang Heng's eyes were cold, and his voice was filled with ice. So what if I look down on you? Suddenly, Yi Xian put down his wine cup and looked up at Zhang Heng. His voice was indifferent, but when Yi Xian's words fell, the entire ghost feast suddenly became deathly silent. Everything was silent, and the world was silent. Zhang Heng's body stiffened as if he had turned into a stone statue. He did not recover for a long time. When 3 breaths passed, an extremely gloomy sneer came from his mouth, and the gaze he looked at Yi Xian with was even more cruel. Qing Ming, do you think that no one in the underworld can deal with you just because you injured Grandmother Netherworld? Chapter 849. Or do you really think you're the strongest person below the saints? Zhang Heng's body shone with a dark light, and his qi of resentment suddenly erupted. An extremely terrifying murderous intent permeated the air, and the wails of dead souls could be heard in the void. A wisp of unfathomable murderous intent firmly locked onto Yi Xian, as if he would attack Yi Xian in the next moment. Do you want to die? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although Zhang Heng was a sage-to-be, he was no different from an ant in Yi Xian's eyes. This was because he was an existence that surpassed the sage-to-be, and he could kill Zhang Heng with a snap of his fingers. Ha! Zhang Heng laughed wildly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He looked at Yi Xian as if he was looking at a dead man, and his eyes were full of disdain. Boy, I don't care if you're the Buddha of Mount Numinous, or some demon or ghost. In the underworld, no one dares to be presumptuous to me. I can give you a chance. As long as you submit to me now, I'll let you live, Zhang Heng said coldly. Looking at Zhang Heng's fearless appearance, Yi Xian frowned slightly, and a touch of surprise flashed across his eyes. This was because Zhang Heng was too confident at the moment, so confident that he was basically blindly arrogant. Moreover, what interested Yi Xian the most was that the 3 ghost emperors behind Zhang Heng were looking at Zhang Heng with fear in their eyes. Obviously, Zhang Heng must have some terrifying means. Yi Xian's eyes were very sharp. Zhang Heng was definitely not a reckless person, let alone an arrogant one. When he had just entered the underworld, he had injured Netherworld Grandmother with 1 blow, and even caused Meng Pe to plead for him. At this moment, he was sitting together with the Nether River ancestor. All these proved that he was an extremely terrifying existence among the sage-to-be. Zhang Heng was not stupid. He must have sensed that Yi Xian's cultivation surpassed his, but he was not afraid, as if he was sure that he could defeat Yi Xian. This Zhang Heng was strange. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and came to a conclusion in an instant. However, he did not pay any attention to it because no matter what Zhang Heng did, it was not worth mentioning to him. Unless Zhang Heng could invite a saint, Yi Xian could kill him with a snap of his fingers. Zhang Heng, do you have a death wish? Before Yi Xian could say anything, the Nether River Patriarch had already stood up. He had some understanding of Zhang Heng. Although he was a demi-saint, there was still a huge gap between them. Mingi, I call you Patriarch. Don't make a mistake. Zhang Heng scolded coldly. How dare you? Zhang Heng was merely the Ghost Emperor of the North, a nobody in the Nether River Patriarch's eyes. If he hadn't had the opportunity to cultivate to the demi-saint realm, how could he have the right to speak to him today? But today, Zhang Heng dared to talk nonsense to him. If the Nether River Patriarch didn't teach him a lesson, wouldn't everyone in the underworld see him as a joke? Rumble. The sea of blood filled the sky and the murderous aura was boundless. The Nether River Patriarch was definitely one of the top figures in the underworld. He founded the Azura clan and was known as the Nether River Patriarch as long as the sea of blood didn't dry up. When he displayed his terrifying power, it directly caused the world to tremble. An extremely terrifying murderous intent locked onto Zhang Heng. Die. Whoosh, the Nether River Patriarch did not waste any time. He flipped his palm and a sea of blood that spanned 1,000,000 miles was born in the void. The world and the void were collapsing inch by inch, and it came at Zhang Heng with an aura that could suppress all things. Ha! In the face of the Nether River Patriarch's terrifying attack, Zhang Heng was not afraid at all. Instead, a look of disdain appeared on his face as if he did not take the Nether River Patriarch seriously at all. Mingi, I'll let you see this emperor's spiritual treasure. Zhang Heng laughed maniacally. He didn't do anything, but with a flip of his hand, a small white jade cauldron appeared in his palm. What happened next stunned the onlookers from the underworld. Withdraw. Buzz. Zhang Heng threw out the small white jade cauldron, and the world suddenly became unstable. Although the small white jade cauldron looked simple and unadorned and did not leak any aura, the Nether River Patriarch's sea of blood that spanned 1,000,000 miles was completely swallowed by the small white jade cauldron and returned to Zhang Heng's hand. Impossible. The Nether River Patriarch cried out in horror when he saw the scene before him. He simply could not believe his eyes. One must know that his great blood sea technique was extremely terrifying and contained the most evil and filthy chi. Even innate spiritual treasures would lose their spirituality and turn into dregs if they touched it, let alone a demi-saint. However, the small white jade cauldron in Zhang Heng's hand had actually swallowed his great blood sea technique. This was simply a fantasy. Ha! Zhang Heng laughed wildly. He was very proud of holding the cauldron with one hand and looked at the Nether River Patriarch with extreme contempt. Nether River, this treasure of mine is invulnerable. No one can kill me unless a saint comes to the world. So what if your cultivation is higher than mine? Your Majesty's remarkable power is boundless. We admire you. The three ghost emperors bowed in an extremely humble manner. Obviously, the three of them had suffered losses from this treasure. They could only submit to Zhang Heng because of the small white jade cauldron in Zhang Heng's hand. Today, even the Nether River Patriarch could not do anything to Zhang Heng. This also made the three ghost emperors even more certain that Zhang Heng was unstoppable. Fengdu, hand over the life and death book and submit to me from now on. Then, I will spare your life. Zhang Heng suddenly turned to look at the great emperor of Fengdu with a ferocious expression. How could this be? The great emperor of Fengdu was stunned speechless. His face was extremely pale. Even the Nether River Patriarch could not pose a threat to Zhang Heng. Was he really going to die today? What kind of treasure is that small cauldron? How could it be so terrifying? I see. No wonder the Ghost Emperor of the North did not put the Nether River Patriarch in his eyes. With this divine item, he naturally fears no one. Sigh, I originally thought that the Nether River Patriarch and Buddha Qingming would definitely be able to regain control of the ghost regions. Now, it seems like it has no effect at all. The people of the underworld were in an uproar. They looked at Zhang Heng with obvious reverence because the small white jade cauldron in Zhang Heng's hand was too terrifying. Even the Nether River Patriarch could not do anything to him. Just as the great emperor of Fengdu was in dispirited state, the Nether River Patriarch was embarrassed and angry, and the people of the underworld were in an uproar. No one noticed how unstable Yi Xian's current state was. It appeared. It appeared again. The third small cauldron appeared again. Yi Xian's heart was in turmoil. He stared at the small white jade cauldron in Zhang Heng's hand. He believed that he did not see wrongly. The two small white jade cauldrons he obtained in the past were exactly the same as the one in Zhang Heng's hand. The only difference was that the small cauldron in Zhang Heng's hand was slightly more complicated. It could be used as a treasure by him. Chapter 850. If Yi Xian was asked what he cared about the most, becoming a saint would definitely be his number one priority. The second priority would be the mysterious small cauldron, as each small cauldron would bring him a heaven-defying technique. The third small cauldron had appeared, and it could actually be used as a spirit treasure. This also made Yi Xian know that the small cauldron in Zhang Heng's hand was definitely more powerful than the two small cauldrons he had obtained previously. Yi Xian also finally understood why Zhang Heng, who was once a mere ghost emperor of the north, had a cultivation that surpassed Fengdu with the small cauldron. Even Mingyi couldn't do anything to him with the power of the cauldron. Submit or die. Zhang Heng looked around and roared arrogantly. The Tong Tian around his body penetrated the ground, and the mysterious small cauldron in his hand flickered. It made one's primordial spirit feel a piercing pain when looking at it. Zhang Heng, don't go too far. The great emperor of Fengdu's face was pale. The book of life and death appeared in his hand. This was also his last resort. He looked at Zhang Heng with extreme anger. Fengdu, a wise man submits to circumstances. Your era has already passed. Hand over the life and death book and become my subordinate, and you will still be a ghost emperor. If you continue to be stubborn, I will kill you right here and now. Zhang Heng's face was filled with great confidence. Although his cultivation couldn't be said to be at the peak in the netherworld, the small cauldron in his hand could make him invulnerable. He wasn't afraid of anyone. To put it bluntly, at this moment, Zhang Heng didn't even put Meng Pe and the others in his eyes. He had participated in the ghost feast today to unify the netherworld in one fell swoop and then snatch the spider lily. When that time came, he would eliminate Meng Pe, Mingyi, and the others one by one and truly become the master of the netherworld. Moreover, Zhang Heng had a huge ambition in his heart. With the mysterious small cauldron and the spider lily in his hand, he wanted to seize the seventh position of the saint and unify the three realms to become the true master of the three realms. Everyone had ambitions and dreams. In the past, Zhang Heng didn't dare to have these thoughts. However, when he obtained this small cauldron by chance, his ambition grew rapidly, and he wanted to realize his ambitions one by one. Rumble. The heavens shook, and the void collapsed. Zhang Heng took out the small cauldron, and an extremely terrifying power bloomed from the cauldron. It fell directly on the head of the Emperor of Fengdu, and wisps of dark grey aura fell. Instantly, the Emperor of Fengdu was suppressed on the spot, and he didn't even have the chance to sacrifice himself. Terrifying, too terrifying, terrifying to the extreme. With just a small cauldron, Zhang Heng suppressed Fengdu with a thought. Just this scene made everyone from the netherworld gasp as they looked at Zhang Heng with reverence. Fengdu, do you want to live or die? Zhang Heng's words were teasing, as if he was a cat toying with a mouse. The Emperor of Fengdu had a bitter look on his face because no matter how much he tried to mobilize his cultivation, it was of no use. The small cauldron that had fallen on top of his head was too terrifying. It had already suppressed him on the spot, and he didn't even have the chance to resist. Taoist Qin Ming. At this moment, the emperor of Fengdu was already in despair. However, when he saw Yi Xian, a glimmer of hope finally appeared in his eyes. He even shouted loudly, hoping that Yi Xian would take action to deal with Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng was stunned. Then, he looked at Yi Xian with a sneer and said, "You're the Buddha of Spirited Mountain. It's best that you don't interfere with the affairs of the netherworld. If you don't know what's good for you and insist on interfering with the affairs of the netherworld, I can only kill you here." At that time, even if the two sages of the West blame me, it will have nothing to do with me. At this moment, Yi Xian had already regained his calm. He looked at Zhang Heng with an indifferent expression and narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, he walked toward Zhang Heng under the astonished and horrified gazes of the people from the netherworld. "Yi Xian, be careful. Zhang Heng's cultivation is ordinary, but the small cauldron in his hand is too strange. I suffered a great loss just now." Patriarch Nether River secretly reminded Yi Xian through voice transmission. Yi Xian did not respond to Patriarch Nether River's reminder because no one knew better than him how terrifying the mysterious small cauldron was. It was suspected that the small cauldron came from outside the chaos. Moreover, he had already obtained two of them before. At this moment, the one in Zhang Heng's hand was the third. Yi Xian naturally wanted to snatch this item, but he would not be careless. "Come, let me see what you're capable of." Yi Xian smiled indifferently, but a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Looking at Yi Xian who dared to challenge his dignity, Zhang Heng smiled cruelly and summoned the mysterious small cauldron back to his hand. The dark light around him soared into the sky. He directly summoned the small cauldron and smashed it toward Yi Xian. Rumble. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as the small cauldron attacked. When he stretched out his palm, the world changed. He directly used the Buddha kingdom in the palm to grab the small cauldron. Obviously, he had the intention of snatching this item. Clang! There was an earth-shattering sound as if a meteor had smashed into the ground. The mysterious small cauldron flickered with brilliance and collided with Yi Xian's palm. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. This was because a destructive force had attacked his palm, causing him to retreat 7 steps. The surrounding space instantly collapsed. Buzz! At the same time, the mysterious small cauldron flew back and landed in Zhang Heng's hand. Zhang Heng was stunned on the spot. He only looked at Yi Xian as if he was looking at a monster. "Impossible, how is this possible? You can actually withstand a blow from my spiritual treasure." After a full 3 breaths of time, Zhang Heng suddenly woke up. His face was extremely red and he spoke in a trembling voice. No one knew what kind of monstrous waves had surged in Zhang Heng's heart at this moment. No one knew how shocked Zhang Heng was. This was because Zhang Heng knew very well how terrifying the might of the tiny cauldron in his hand was. When he obtained the tiny cauldron in the past, he had secretly fought with an extremely renowned quasi-saint. He had merely used a single strike to shatter the quasi-saint's true spirit and kill the quasi-saint. From that moment on, Zhang Heng knew that he had obtained a precious treasure of the world. He even understood what sort of might the tiny cauldron possessed. However, Yi Xian was actually able to withstand an attack from the tiny cauldron today. This shocked Zhang Heng to the extreme, and his gaze towards Yi Xian was filled with extreme fear. "Not bad. You were actually able to force me back." Yi Xian frowned. The scorching pain from his palm was extremely intense. This caused excitement to flash through his eyes as he nodded in praise. Yi Xian was very well aware of how terrifying his current cultivation was. He had already surpassed the quasi-saint realm and was entirely capable of being called a half-saint. However, Zhang Heng had actually been able to force him back with the help of the mysterious small cauldron. This proved that the tiny cauldron was definitely even more terrifying than the two tiny cauldrons he'd obtained in the past, and it definitely contained unimaginable treasures. Of course, Yi Xian wasn't praising Zhang Heng. He was praising the might contained within the tiny cauldron. Moreover, Yi Xian noticed something that was difficult for him. Zhang Heng's vital energy was connected to the tiny cauldron. If he wanted to seize the tiny cauldron, then he had to obliterate Zhang Heng's soul. Chapter 851. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't be soft-hearted to kill Zhang Heng, as it was no different from stomping an ant to death. However, Zhang Heng's vital energy was connected to the tiny cauldron, and the tiny cauldron was protecting him. If he wanted to kill Zhang Heng, then he had to suppress the tiny cauldron. On the other hand, Yi Xian estimated the might that the tiny cauldron had just erupted with. He would need to erupt with 80% of his cultivation to suppress the tiny cauldron. Zhang Heng wouldn't be a problem, but doing so would expose his identity. A difficult problem was placed before Yi Xian. Should he expose his cultivation and seize the tiny cauldron, or should he temporarily place the tiny cauldron in Zhang Heng's possession and find a suitable opportunity to secretly kill Zhang Heng and seize the tiny cauldron? You can be considered a figure to be able to receive an attack from this emperor. However, I wonder how long you can last. Just when Yi Xian was lost in thought, Zhang Heng roared cruelly. He was extremely confident in the tiny cauldron and didn't believe Yi Xian was a match for the tiny cauldron at all. So, he withdrew the tiny cauldron once more and blasted it towards Yi Xian. Be careful. Patriarch Nether River's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly warned Yi Xian. Clang! A towering explosion resounded as the wind and clouds changed. Yi Xian's fist was like a flowing light of the heavens and the earth as it blasted the tiny cauldron away once more. However, his figure retreated once more. After all, he could only utilize 40% of his cultivation. Moreover, he'd executed a Buddhist divine ability, so he was naturally unable to display the might that he should possess. Good, good, good. Qin Ming, you're formidable as expected. Today, this emperor will fight you for 300 rounds. Zhang Heng's face was flushed red as he roared loudly. Gloomy light danced around his body as he controlled the tiny cauldron to charge towards Yi Xian. Instantly, he and Yi Xian were locked in battle, causing violent explosions to resound in the surrounding space. The terrifying scene created was extremely shocking. Rumble. Space collapsed as Fengdu City shook. A large number of buildings were transformed into ash while the members of the underworld fled in a sorry state. The might that erupted from the battle between Yi Xian and Zhang Heng was too terrifying. If they didn't dodge in time, they would suffer heavy injuries even if they didn't die. Time passed bit by bit. Zhang Heng controlled the small cauldron to display its might. Although Yi Xian did not fall into a disadvantageous position, the two of them continued to fight in a stalemate, unable to determine a victor. 3 days and 3 nights passed, yet Yi Xian was still carefree from the beginning, whereas Zhang Heng was gasping for breath. It was because he'd exhausted too much of his cultivation, and even with the tiny cauldron in his possession, he was still unable to defeat Yi Xian. What a good Buddha Qin Ming! Today, this emperor still has important matters to attend to. I will let you off for now. In the future, I will definitely suppress you. Zhang Heng boasted shamelessly and put away the small cauldron. Then, he glared at Yi Xian fiercely and called for the 3 ghost emperors to turn into streaks of light and shoot out of Fengdu City. Whine! Yi Xian strolled back in the void. Patriarch Nether River and the Emperor of Fengdu quickly welcomed him. The surrounding guests had already dispersed because of the battle between the two of them. Thank you, Taoist Qin Ming. If it weren't for your righteous help today, this emperor would definitely have suffered a great calamity, and the ghost regions of 5 directions would have been ruled by Yi Xian. The Emperor of Fengdu's face was full of gratitude as he constantly bowed to Yi Xian. It's fine. It's just a small matter. After all, you told me about the red spider lily. Wouldn't it be too heartless of me to sit back and do nothing? Yi Xian said with a slight smile. Fengdu will remember Daoist's kindness. Now that Zhang Heng has retreated, I believe he will be calm for a period of time. However, if this person is not eliminated, when the red spider lily matures, he will definitely be a formidable opponent for us. Fengdu rolled his eyes, and there was a faint hint of instigation in his words. Upon hearing Fengdu's words, Yi Xian smiled slightly and did not reply. How could he not understand that Fengdu wanted him to have a life-and-death battle with Zhang Heng? If he could kill Zhang Heng, he would be able to regain control of the ghost regions of 5 directions. Fengdu, don't play tricks in front of us. Daoist Qing Ming and I have our own decisions. Patriarch Nether River coldly reprimanded. This also made Fengdu's expression change slightly. He forced a smile on his face and hurriedly apologized. You can leave first. Daoist Qing Ming and I have important matters to discuss, Patriarch Nether River said coldly. I'll take my leave. The Emperor of Fengdu smiled awkwardly. A hint of shame and anger flashed in his eyes before he turned and left. Obviously, the two of them did not take him seriously at all. Naturally, the Emperor of Fengdu felt extremely uncomfortable. However, his cultivation was inferior to Yi Xian and Fengdu, and he needed their protection, so he could only endure it. Humph, this Fengdu still wants to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. He should take a look at himself first, Patriarch Nether River said coldly as he watched the Emperor of Fengdu leave. He's just a clown. If it weren't for the fact that he still has some use, I would have killed him long ago, Yi Xian said calmly. Fengdu is cunning by nature. However, with his cultivation, there's no need to pay too much attention to him. However, Fengdu is right. If we don't kill Zhang Heng, he will definitely be a formidable opponent for us. Patriarch Nether River frowned slightly. Formidable opponent? Yi Xian smiled. His smile was very evil as if he had heard a joke. Looking at the smile on Yi Xian's face, Patriarch Nether River was stunned. Then, he suddenly came back to his senses as if he had understood something. That's right, that's right. You only used a Buddhist superpower just now. I'm afraid you didn't show your true cultivation. How could I have forgotten about that? Patriarch Nether River slapped his forehead as he remembered who was standing in front of him. Zhang Heng was indeed very strong with the mysterious little cauldron in his hand. However, who was Yi Xian? He was the master of the celestial court and was also known as Yi Tiandi. Back then, he had trampled on the 2 great demon emperors and even escaped from the hands of the 2 sages of the West. How could a mere Zhang Heng be a match for Yi Xian? Wait here. I'll be back soon. Yi Xian smiled slightly and disappeared with a step. This also made Patriarch Nether River smile sinisterly. He knew that Yi Xian was definitely going to chase after Zhang Heng and that this person would definitely end up in an extremely miserable state. Traversing through the boundless sky, Zhang Heng sat cross-legged in a black jade chariot with 3 ghost emperors beside him. 9 dragons pulled the black jade chariot as it rumbled through the sky. Your Majesty, that Qing Ming was actually able to tie with you just now. It seems that this person will definitely become a great enemy of ours. I'm afraid that when the red spider lily blooms, he will definitely make a move to snatch it. Southern Ghost Emperor sighed softly. Yes, Your Majesty. This person's cultivation is unfathomable. Furthermore, Patriarch Nether River is with him. If the 2 of them join forces, I'm afraid we will be in a difficult battle. Western Ghost Emperor said worriedly. I've never heard of this Buddha Qing Ming. It's as if he suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Let me inquire about his origin and see what kind of background he has. Eastern Ghost Emperor Shen Tu said coldly. Humph. Inside the black jade chariot, Zhang Heng gently stroked the small cauldron in his hand. The corner of his mouth curved into a cruel smile as he said, "This Qin Ming is indeed powerful. However, this emperor has yet to display the true power of my treasure today. This emperor is truly worried about Mengpa and the Chakravarti king. The two of them are the real enemies of this emperor." Hearing Zhang Heng's words, the three ghost emperors hurriedly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, with this treasure in your hands, even if Mengpa and the Chakravarti king appear, they will definitely not be your Majesty's match. As the saying goes, flattery will always work." Zhang Heng smiled proudly and said, "However, you are right. This Qin Ming is indeed troublesome. However, this emperor doesn't put him in my eyes. When the time comes, if he really dares to make an enemy of this emperor, he will definitely die in the hands of my treasure." Whine. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew over and the sky within 1,000,000 miles suddenly darkened. Mysterious formation runes crisscrossed in all directions and strange black lightning flashed in the endless dark clouds. Such a sudden situation startled Zhang Heng and the three ghost emperors. The 9 dragons were rooted to the ground and constantly let out mournful cries as if there was something extremely terrifying in front of them that made them afraid to move forward. "How dare you? Who dares to act mysterious in front of this emperor?" Zhang Heng stood up and looked ahead, only to see a dark figure blocking his way. Chapter 852. The sky was sealed and the earth was shrouded in boundless darkness. An oppressive and heavy atmosphere was growing in this part of the world. The figure in front of them was like an illusion, making it impossible to see his appearance. Thump. 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 Zhang Heng's expression gradually became solemn because his heart was beating violently, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. His breathing also became heavy, and a drop of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. Not only Zhang Heng, but the three ghost emperors were even more unbearable. Their bodies and minds were trembling, as if the blurry figure in front of them was an unknown great terror, like the mouth of a Taotai that could swallow them up at any time. "Who are you, fellow Taoist? Why are you blocking this emperor's path?" Zhang Heng unconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and even held the small cauldron in front of him to protect himself. This figure in front of him made him extremely uneasy, a feeling he had never felt before. "It's only been half a day, and you already don't recognize me?" A calm voice sounded between heaven and earth. The figure slowly walked towards Zhang Heng and the others in the void, the dark mist around him gradually dissipating. Qin Ming. When he saw the appearance of this person, Zhang Heng's eyes widened and he let out a cry of surprise. He never thought that after fighting a great battle with this person would appear in front of him again. He's not a Buddhist. Suddenly, just as Zhang Heng was in a state of shock, the Eastern Ghost Emperor Shen Tu spoke in a trembling voice, his eyes fixed on Yi Xian. At this moment, there was no Buddhist light around Yi Xian's body, but instead a kind of fiendish qi. "You're right, I'm not a Buddhist." Yi Xian smiled slightly, but his smile was extremely cold and contained a kind of indescribable horror. Black lightning flashed in the millions of miles of sky. "Who the hell are you?" Although Zhang Heng was arrogant, he was not stupid. He already felt that something was very wrong, so he shouted at Yi Xian in a threatening manner. "Who am I?" Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back, a smile still on his face, but his body suddenly changed and his original appearance finally appeared. "Do you know who I am?" Yi Xian was dressed in black, with his hair hanging down behind his head. The wind of heaven and earth blew his hair, and his black clothes fluttered in the wind. Who are you?" When Zhang Heng saw Yi Xian's original appearance, his eyes showed confusion. He felt that he had seen Yi Xian somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. "Impossible!" An ear-piercing scream suddenly sounded out, causing Zhang Heng's expression to change. He saw the Eastern Ghost Emperor's face turn deathly pale and bloodless. His entire body actually fell to the ground as he raised his arm and pointed at Yi Xian with a trembling finger. It was as if he'd seen something that terrified him to the extreme. "No, impossible, impossible, aren't you dead? How can you still be alive? No, you were suppressed by the two saints of the West, even if you didn't die, no, it's fake, you must be a fake." He was babbling nonsense and slurring his words. This was the state Ghost Emperor Shentu was in. His face was pale, and his aura was extremely chaotic, as if he had become a madman. Such a scene directly made Zhang Heng's pupils shrink. An extremely bad feeling grew in his heart, and he shouted at Shentu in a trembling voice, "Who is he?" "Yi Xian. Yi Tiandi, he is Yi Xian. Yi Tiandi." Shentu screamed in horror, unable to calm his emotions. He was already panicking to an unimaginable degree. Boom! Like a thunderclap from the ninth heaven, like the sound of the evening drum and morning bell, when the Ghost Emperor Shentu's words fell, Zhang Heng felt his Yuan spirit shake violently, giving him a sense of dizziness, and his whole person was frozen in place. Not only was Zhang Heng stunned, but the other two Ghost Emperors were also shocked speechless. Their eyes were fixed on Yi Xian, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Who was Yi Xian? He was a peerless figure that swept through the heavens and the earth throughout the ages, and he was even an unprecedented figure. Every single thing he did was a legend, and his reputation shook the three dimensions. It could be said that there was no one who didn't know of him. Not to mention anything else, just the battle between the two celestial courts. Yi Xian led the 33 celestial courts to shatter the ancient Fei court, and even trampled the two Fei emperors under his feet. If it weren't for Nuwa and Yuanshi, the ancient Fei court would have been destroyed by Yi Tiandi. The battle back then also caused a catastrophe. Even after tens of thousands of years, it still didn't calm down. The legends of Yi Xian were everywhere in the world. Even though Zhang Heng and the others had never seen Yi Xian in person in the underworld, they had heard of Yi Xian's name like thunder. Yi Tiandi. You are actually Yi Tiandi. Suddenly, Zhang Heng woke up in shock and looked at Yi Xian. His face had already turned extremely pale, and his eyes were filled with indescribable fear. It was no wonder that Zhang Heng was like this. Although he had the small cauldron in his hand and could be said to be extremely arrogant, he couldn't suppress the fear in his heart towards the legendary Yi Tiandi. Was Dong Huang Tai strong? The Bell of Chaos was known to be invincible, and it could be said to be unbreakable. It could make Dong Huang Tai invincible, but Yi Xian had damaged the bell, and Dong Huang Tai had been ruthlessly trampled under Yi Xian's feet. Was Di Jun strong? He was known to have mastered the 10,000 Fei technique, and he was proficient in all of the Fei race's divine abilities. Even if he joined forces with Dong Huang Tai, he was still defeated by Yi Xian. Even if the two great Fei emperors joined forces with the 10,000 ancient Fei to activate the heavenly cycle star formation, they were still defeated by Yi Xian's heavenly chaos formation. If not for Nuwa's rescue, Yi Xian would definitely have been able to unify the three realms. Who would dare to go against him? Such an imposing and boundless figure had actually appeared in front of Zhang Heng today. How could he not be afraid? How could he not be shocked? Although Zhang Heng was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. He was a far cry from Dong Huang Tai, let alone Yi Tiandi in front of him. Zhang Heng is ignorant. He didn't know that Yi Tiandi was in the underworld. His previous words were offensive and disrespectful to the Heavenly Emperor. I hope that the Heavenly Emperor will be magnanimous and not blame Zhang Heng. Suddenly, Zhang Heng bowed to Yi Xian, lowering his posture to the extreme. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor. The three Ghost Emperors instantly turned around. Facing a terrifying figure like Yi Xian, they had no intention to resist at all. They bowed one after another, but the fear in their eyes was still strong. Hand over the small cauldron and make a heart demon blood oath, and I will spare your life. Yi Xian said indifferently, not revealing any aura around him. It was as if he was talking about a very ordinary matter. However, when Zhang Heng heard this, his expression changed drastically. He finally knew that Yi Xian had revealed his true body to stop him because of the treasure in his hand. Yi Tiandi, this small cauldron is my most precious treasure. I can give you anything you want except for this treasure, that you're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.